All members of the committee should have their video on, but will remain muted until the chairman invites them to speak. All members of the press and public will remain muted unless they have registered to speak, and the chairman will let them know when they can make their representation. The format of the meeting will be as per the agenda published, and a copy of the officer presentations can be found on the committee website. Please note that the meeting recording will be on our website probably about 2 days after the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I also welcome you to the meeting, today our Development Committee meeting. I'm Councillor Filmer, Chairman of the Committee. I've also got a few notes as to how the meeting will proceed, just to run through with you before we start. Each application that we have today will be taken in turn. The officers will outline the application, followed by the public speaking time. Members will then debate and decide on the application. For members of the committee, just to remind you, for those of you wishing to speak, please indicate via the online chat and you will be called in turn. During the debate, there will be a proposer and a seconder for a resolution. Members will then vote on this proposal in turn, confirming that they have been present throughout the application being considered and will vote for, against, or abstain. The votes will then be counted and the result will be announced. I will now ask the officers and councillors who will be taking part in the meeting today to confirm that they can see and hear me and to introduce themselves. So if we start with the planning officers, Mr. Howlett.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Stuart Howlett. I head up the planning team here at Sedgemoor, and I can confirm I can see and hear you, Chairman.
Thank you. Mrs. De Vries.
Thank you very much, Chairman. My name is Dawn De Vries. I'm the Principal Planning Officer for the West. I confirm I can see and hear everyone. Thank you.
Ms. Parsons.
Good morning, Chairman. My name is Shanta Parsons. I'm the Senior Planning Officer and I can see and hear everything. Thank you.
Thank you. And from our legal team, Mrs. Lehman.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Dawn Lehman. I am the legal advisor to the committee and I can confirm that I can hear and see you.
Thank you. From our Democratic Services, Mrs. Nicholson.
Good morning. My name's Leila Nicholson. I'm the committee manager and I can confirm that I can see and hear you.
Thank you. And if I come then to the members of the committee themselves, Councillor Granter.
Yes, good morning, Chairman. Yes, my name is Councillor Graham Granter. I represent the Fairfax ward here in Bridgewater, and I can confirm I can see and hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Glassford.
Good morning, Chairman. My name is Alec Glassford. I'm a councillor for Fairfax ward. I can see and hear everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Good morning. Councillor Cathy Pearce, Westover Ward, Bridgewater. I confirm I can see and hear you.
Councillor Gibson.
Hello, good morning. Councillor Gibson, Eastover Ward, Bridgewater, and I can see and hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Good morning, Chairman. Yes, this is Councillor Liz Scott from the Axevale ward near Axbridge. I can confirm I can see and hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm Councillor Alistair Hendry, Burnham-on-Sea Central, and I can see and hear everything. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Evans.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Bill Evans, North Petherton Ward. I can see and hear you perfectly clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Kingham.
Yeah, good morning, Chairman. I'm Stuart Kingham. I'm the member for the West Powdens, and I can confirm I can see and hear all.
Councillor Bradford.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, committee. Good morning, all. It's Councillor Alan Bradford from North Petherton. I can hear you loud and clear.
Councillor Bolt.
Good morning, Chairman. I'm Brian Bolt, Ward Councillor for Cannington and Wemden. I can see and hear everything clearly.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Tony Grimes, Deputy Chairman from Barrow, and I can see and hear. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, myself, I'm, as I say, Councillor Filmer, and was able to see and hear all the contributions from members and officers. Also, I should just mention we have a number of members of the public present today who are listening to our proceedings, some of whom are registered to speak. And also we do have officers and members of this council who are present, who are here in a capacity to observe the meeting, including the portfolio holder for development. If we move then on to the agenda itself, just before I get onto the agenda, I will just mention at this point, in case anyone was here for the applications or the application on page 1, which was on Northgate, I would just report that that application has been withdrawn from our agenda today. The application itself is still current, but there is further public consultation that is going to take place, so that will not be considered this morning. Item 1 on our agenda is apologies for absence. Mrs Nicholson, do we have any apologies from members, please?
Thank you, Chairman. I've received apologies from Councillor Liz Perry and Councillor Mike Facey.
Thank you very much, and all other members are present. Item 2 is urgent business. I've not been advised of any urgent business that isn't already covered on our agenda today. Item 3 is public speaking time. For members of the public, for those of you who've registered to speak, the format we'll follow is that we'll take the applications in turn. The officers will outline the background and detail, and then we will invite you to address the committee. What we will then do is Mrs Nicholson will enable your microphone so that you can make your presentation to the committee. I would just remind you that is limited to 3 minutes, and we will advise you when there is 1 minute of that time left to go. If you could then obviously draw your comments to a close within that time, that would be most appreciated. Item 4 is declarations of interest. Are there any declarations from members? I have a couple that have been indicated, so let's start with Councillor Granter, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Obviously, mine was a personal interest in page 1, but now that is withdrawn. I have no other ones. Thank you.
No problem. Councillor Scott.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I declare an interest in 48 and on pages 48 and 60 because I'm the ward member, but I can confirm on 48 I've had no correspondence or dealing with that application, so I presume I can take part in the discussion. On page 60, as we are the adjacent landowners, I have to declare a DPI, a disposable pecuniary interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Revens.
Good morning, Mr Chairman. On page 42 is an application for in the North Petherton ward, which is my ward. I'm also a member of North Petherton Town Council. I have taken no part in any discussions regarding this application and consider myself not to be predetermined on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
The same applies to me, Mr Chairman, there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other declarations that members have? I'm not seeing anything else as yet. If not, I will also make a declaration on the application on page 60 at Compton Bishop. It's within my county division area, but I've taken no part in discussions on that application and am therefore not predetermined.
May I also make a declaration, Mr Chairman?
Yes, Councillor Murphy.
I'm a town councillor for Highbury, but I've had no discussions at town council at any of the planning meetings. I don't attend them, of course, and I am not predetermined.
Thank you very much. Okay, if there are no further declarations, that's fine. For members of the public, it's obviously important that if there is any background that members have on an application that they are aware. Before I carry on, Mrs Lehman.
Sorry, Chairman. Can I just ask which item Councillor Murphy was declaring an interest on, please?
Would that be page 15?
That would be page, I guess 15, yes, 46 dwellings.
Thank you.
No problem. As I say, it's important that if members have any sort of interest in an application that they declare it and it's recorded. Where you've heard members declare a personal interest, it means they may have some background, but not to a point where it would prejudice their views. Where they have had a prejudicial interest, as the name implies, it means that their views could be prejudiced by their interest, that it may well be that they're a friend of an applicant or an objector, and based on that, they declare that and would take no part in the discussion on the application before us today and would leave the room, leaving it up to the other members to make that decision. Where you've heard today a DPI, a disclosure of pecuniary interest, that is where, as you've heard, the member concerned had land that was close by to an application and therefore it could have a financial impact, and therefore that again is an interest which will mean that that member will take no part in the discussions today on that application. And finally, where you've heard members declare that they are not predetermined, we have a standing order within this committee which basically says that to avoid members making up their mind being predetermined before the application comes to this committee, that they should take no part at the parish or town council level in discussions. If they do so, then they would be potentially predetermined and would have to leave this committee. So where you have heard those comments today, that means they can remain within the room, they can debate the application, and they can still vote on it. Right, members, that then brings us on to the next item on the agenda, which is the planning applications themselves. As you've heard, the application on page 1 has been withdrawn from our agenda today. So the first application we move to is the application on page 15, which is in Highbridge. And if we ask Mrs. De Vries, if you'd introduce this one, please.
Thank you, Chairman. The slide in front of members currently should be the opening slide for land north of Walrow Road, Highbridge in Somerset. So the application is for the erection of 46 dwellings and the formation of an access and ancillary works on land to the north of Walrow Road in Highbridge. We've now received confirmation from the Planning Inspectorate that the application is subject to an appeal on grounds of non-determination, so the District Council are no longer the determining body. However, to inform the Planning Inspectorate the Council's position in defending the appeal, we are reporting what we would have reported to members and the officer recommendation for endorsement or otherwise. So the application is before members as objections have been received from Burnham and Highbridge Town Council, objecting to the application due to highway safety concerns, due to the proximity of the access to the weight restricted bridge, overdevelopment of the site, flooding and surface water runoff concerns, impact on wildlife, siting and design of the development being out of keeping with the surrounding area, and impact on amenities. County Highways have provided some further comments in response to highway concerns, which I'll cover later in the presentation. And before we start, there's also a minor amendment to condition 3. So it should read, it will require all residential development to be a minimum of 2-storey, as there are some single-storey garages and some 3-storey buildings as part of the proposal. So the main considerations for the application are principle of development, planning history, size and design relative to the scale and character of this and the surrounding area, impact on adjoining properties and living conditions, highway considerations, impact on ecology, and flooding and drainage. So slide 2 shows the location of the site outlined in red. And slide 3 shows a wider aerial view. The site is located within the settlement boundary for Burnham-on-Sea and Highbridge, which is classed as a market town, and in accordance with policy S2 of the local plan, is expected to accommodate, in conjunction with Bridgewater Tier 1 and Tier 2 settlements, the majority of the district's growth. From this slide, I would ask members to view the layout of the surrounding residential development, with Walrow Terrace, a linear development, and Lakeview Crescent to the east of the site, Somerset Way and Dorset Close opposite and to the south, and Southwell Crescent to the west and on the opposite side of the railway. Okay, slide 4. The application site adjoins Walrow Road to the south, the railway line to the west, and an access track to Walrow Ponds to the east. The Firs and Walrow House are indicated by the blue arrow, located outside of but immediately adjoining the red outline for the site. County Education have confirmed the potential pupil generation from the development for this site, for which a contribution would be requested through the Community Infrastructure Levy when required. Affordable housing requirement is 30%, and just over 30% is proposed for this site, which would be policy compliant and secured by way of 106, which is partway through negotiation. Subject to the appropriate obligations being secured, the principle of residential development in this location is accepted, as it's identified as a sustainable location, and consideration therefore falls to the detailed matters. In respect of sustainability, the development has been designed to reduce exposed external walls and would be constructed in accordance with building regulations to ensure thermal efficiency. In the supporting information, it confirms that in addition to the materials which are proposed to meet a minimum of D rating where practicable, there is efficient heating systems proposed, and the development includes Worcester Solar in-roof collector panels on the southern roof lines. Measures are also set out within the supporting information about reducing water consumption for the development, but these matters would all be controlled by building regulations. In respect to the planning history, a similar scheme was presented before members in March 2019 and refused by members on grounds of design and impact on the amenities of future occupiers of the scheme due to the lower position of the site relative to Walrow Road and the access road into the site. The application was appealed and the inspector identified the above three key areas for consideration. So primarily the living conditions of the future occupants of the development with regards to outlook and privacy, and living conditions of the occupants of the Firs, which is next to the site, with regards to outlook, privacy and traffic, character and appearance of the area, and local provision of affordable housing. The finding of this appeal is a material consideration for this application. In respect to the living conditions, the appeal failed on the impact on amenity of Unit 13. This is due to the two principal windows facing south, which are outlined in red for members on the above slide, having limited outlook and poor amenity due to the sloped nature of the site and large retaining wall. The third window, outlined in blue, also raised concern due to the elevated position of the pavement, resulting in visual intrusion and loss of privacy for this unit. The inspector was satisfied that the development did not impact on the amenities of Firs House. The inspector considered that the area was characterised by 19th century and more modern housing, with orange and red double Roman tiles being the predominant material. The application proposed grey double Roman tiles and slate effect tile, which was considered to appear at odds with the surrounding area. Lack of window detailing in terms of sills and lintels was also considered to be out of keeping with the character of the more traditional and modern developments in the area. The inspector therefore concluded that this, in combination with the materials, was considered to undermine the distinctiveness of the area, causing unacceptable harm to its character and appearance. In terms of affordable housing, it also failed as the unilateral undertaking was not considered sufficient to clearly secure the required affordable housing for this scheme. So this application currently before members for endorsement has been subject to a high level of consultation responses, with over 400 responses received, ranging from individual letters in excess of 100 objecting and 22 supporting, with further standardised letters of objection and support, 84 and 101 respectively, raising issues which are set out within the report between pages 19 to 23. The next few slides will set out the key viewpoints leading into and around the site, and the above photo shows the existing access to the site, which runs past the side of Walrow House. So the top view is from within the site looking north-northeast, and the second image shows the existing field access, which is just to the rear of Walrow House. These are views within the field, rear field parcel looking northwest and west, showing the treed boundary to the railway, and the current boundary treatment dividing the two land parcels. The top view, if anyone's following via the telephone, we're now on slide 11. The top view is from the rear field parcel looking at the gable end of the mews, which lies to the rear of the Firs and Walrow House. And the below photo shows the side elevation of the Firs, which has a garden area and mature landscape boundary dividing this building from the application site. On slide 12, the top image shows boundary with the railway and the ridge line of the properties on Somerset Way. The second image is a view south and clearly shows the lower land level of this site relative to the adjoining highway and opposite dwellings. Both these images on slide 13 are views to the south, showing the mixture of development in the area and relationship between the more traditional dwellings, the Firs, and Somerset Way on the opposite side of the highway. And slide 14, these images are taken from Woolrow Terrace and shows the traditional terraces face towards the development site with their access, parking and access to the pond separating them from the field proposed for the development. This results in a minimum separation distance of 16 metres from the front elevation of these properties to the red outline for the development. And slide 15, this is a view from the application site towards Woolrow Terrace, so taken from within the field to the back. On slide 16, in terms of layout, the application seeks consent for 46 dwellings, which matches that of the appealed application in terms of footprints and positions of buildings. This slide shows the entrance to the site and the separation distance of the development to the firs of 21 metres. The areas shown hatched orange is block paviers and parking, and the first of the two public open spaces are located to the rear of the mews, centrally on the left side of this plan. The orange buildings are 3-storey in height, although would appear 2-storey from Woolrow Road due to the difference in levels, and the red buildings are 2-storey and brown buildings are single-storey. The single-storey buildings are garages. 2 of the 3 orange buildings are located at the front of the site are flats, with the central one forming a terrace. The layout is designed to provide active frontages to the access and Woolrow Road and a level of surveillance of the parking courtyard to the rear. Plots 20 to 22 are angled to follow the curve of the road with a mixture of orientations within the site to ensure visibility of the highway and open spaces. Please note the 3 garages at the top of the slide indicated by the red arrow as we move towards the rear of the site in the next slide. So slide 17, the 3 garages are now at the bottom of this slide. The second and larger public open space is located close to the rear of the site with a few 3-storey buildings presenting rear boundaries to the railway. The end of the site comprises single and 2-storey dwellings only, and in combination with the separation distance from Woolrow Terrace would minimise any direct impacts. There are examples of 3-storey dwellings in Somerset Way and therefore no objection in principle to the scales proposed. The development provides parking spaces for all the dwellings and private rear amenity areas for the houses. The flats do not have individual amenity areas, although do have adequate access to the public open space. So the design was altered to incorporate double red Roman tiles and sill and lintel detailing. This allows for the development to integrate into the character of the surrounding area, reflecting the neighbouring dwellings and addressing the inspector's objection. The single-storey buildings are proposed to be finished in slate, therefore mirroring the mix of double Roman and slate tiles in the vicinity. Slide 19. This slide provides members with an indication of the design within the development and the additional sill and lintel details as part of the application. Brick headers with protruding fair-faced concrete sills are proposed for plots 1 to 3, 9 to 11, 17 to 19, 22 to 26, 29 to 33, 36 to 41 and 43 to 46, and fair-faced concrete heads with protruding fair-faced concrete sills are proposed to plots 4 to 8, 12 to 16, 20 to 12, 27 to 28, 34 to 35 and 42, as they were in more prominent locations within the development, acting as important visual waymarkers. Issues raised by the inspector to plot 13 have been addressed by changing the internal layout, removing the windows on the south elevation, proposing blind windows on the east elevation, and utilising this space as a bin store and storage area in connection with the above flats. On determining the appealed scheme, the planning inspector considered the form of development and concluded the use of brick would nevertheless reflect the local pattern, and whilst the layout and roof pitches would not directly mirror those of the adjacent 19th century housing, they would be broadly consistent with those more modern developments within the setting of the site. In neither regard, therefore, would the development harm the character and appearance of the area. In terms of range of accommodation, there is 1 studio unit, 5 one-bed units, 8 two-bed units, 20 three-bed and 12 four-bed units proposed. 14 of these are to be affordable housing, including 3 one-bed, 3 two-bed, 4 three-bed and 4 four-bed units to be a mix of social rented and shared ownership. When viewing this site in context with the surrounding residential developments, Officers agree that the layout and scale of development and roof pitches would be comparable to the adjoining development in Somerset Way and Dorset Close, and therefore raise no objection on this basis. Given the separation of this development from the adjoining properties, there is not considered to be any direct impact on the surrounding residential development, which also supports the inspector's conclusion on the previous scheme. The amendments to the flatted block at the entrance of the site has addressed the previously raised amenity issue, and the design alterations through the introduction of sill and lintels is considered to allow the development to integrate into the surrounding area. The main concern that has been raised relates to highway safety, location of the access relative to the restricted bridge and proximity to the surrounding junctions. The above slide shows the application site with the access taken from Somerset Way. So that's slide 22 if anyone's following remotely. Slide 23, this slide shows visibility available at the entrance of the site and the proximity of this junction to the traffic lights which restrict flow of traffic over the railway bridge. County Highways have confirmed that the provision of 46 dwellings is predicted to have a minor impact on the operation of the signalised bridge and the local highway network, but not to the extent that would cause a highway safety issue. The proposed access and visibility displays are considered to be appropriate and the internal layout acceptable. Parking is in accordance with county standards, with 121 spaces provided across the site, and therefore they recommend conditions. Recently, correspondence has been received regarding an accident in this location. The further comment from County Highways is that a review of the accident history in the area shows that the development is not located in an area where an existing highway safety issue. The Highway Authority confirmed that they were aware of the accident that took place on the 29th of April. However, at this time, the cause of the accident is unknown. Based on the limited information provided, the loss of control is likely due to excessive speed or driver error rather than being caused due to problems on the existing highway. A number of site visits have been undertaken by planning and highway officers, with the last site visit taking place in February 2020. County Highways have confirmed that both the previous and current planning application have been subject to detailed assessment, and no evidence has been provided to suggest that the traffic data is unreliable. In terms of disabled access, a condition has also been recommended to limit the site access gradient to 1 in 14, which is DDA compliant. The proposed level of parking provision meets with Somerset County parking standards, and a traffic regulation order could be introduced at the detailed design stage in order to prevent commuter parking on the proposed estate road. Whilst local concern is noted, in the absence of a statutory consultee objection on this basis, it's not considered that a reason for refusal could be sustained. Previously, on slide 24 now, previously no ecology objection was raised to the development, but due to the passage of time since the original application and associated reports, further information was requested to demonstrate a biodiversity net gain for this site. The MPPF sets out an encouragement for sites to provide biodiversity enhancements, although the 10% net gain is an emerging requirement through the planning white paper which is currently going through government. Given the size of the site and the scale of the built development, it is not possible for the developer to provide a 10% net gain on site. As such, a requirement of the 106 would have been a financial contribution to the local planning authority to provide net gain on an alternative site under an agreed mechanism endorsed by and utilising Natural England's biodiversity metric. A pre-commencement condition in respect of a BAT report was also proposed, and dependent on the conclusion of this report, further net gain may be required. This is currently being agreed through the draft 106, and subject to this and the recommended conditions, officers are satisfied the development is acceptable in respect of our ecology. The site is located within flood zone 2 and 3. Currently, the undefended flood level is 6.89 metres AOD, which over the lifetime of the development, which is 100 years, potentially could increase to 7.93 metres AOD. The Environment Agency confirmed that the site is at low risk in terms of groundwater flooding and recommend conditions. Current ground floor level for the development is between 5.85 and 6.3, with the minimum first floor levels of 8.54 AOD, which is above the undefended level, with an additional allowance for climate change. Condition 28 requires the development to be provided in accordance with these levels, and Condition 30 limits ground floor sleeping accommodation. The Strategic Flood Risk Assessment Level 2 identifies the site to be dry in the event of a flood defence breach due to the location of the railway line, which is effectively a de facto flood defence, although the development is designed to accommodate for flood levels notwithstanding this. Further information was submitted in respect of its sedence routes, and the proposed mitigation has been addressed the internal drainage board and the local authority concerns, and therefore conditions have been proposed. This additional information confirmed that the site would accommodate surface water drainage within the site to accommodate for the 1 in 100 year flood risk event plus climate change, and has been designed with an appropriate outfall. Due to concerns raised in respect of surface water flooding as a result of the land level rising, the north-east corner of the site was elevated between 200 to 300 millimetres to ensure that any surface water would remain within the site and be directed to porous areas, and therefore not have an adverse effect outside of the site. So the officer recommendation is therefore presented in the context of the appeal for non-determination, and for members to consider whether they would have agreed with this and grant planning permission for the proposal or otherwise. This will inform the planning inspectorate of the council's position on the appeal and whether we intend to defend the appeal. If members decide they cannot endorse the recommendation to grant, they will need to outline their concerns and their reasons for doing so, in order that the grounds of the council's defence for the appeal is clear and based on the development plan policies and any relevant planning considerations. As previously stressed, the decision on the application now lies with the planning inspectorate and not with members, but we do require an endorsement or otherwise the recommendation. So in conclusion, officers are satisfied that the principle of development is acceptable due to the site's location within the settlement boundary. The planning history and appeal decision is a key material consideration for this application, although no concerns are raised in terms of size, design or scale of the development relative to the character of the surrounding area. Given the separation distances, officers are happy there's no adverse impact on the amenities of the neighbouring properties, and whilst highway concerns remain and are expressed by many residents, County Highways are satisfied that the site is safe from a highway safety perspective. With regards to ecology, there are requirements that are being worked up through the 106 to accommodate the net gain requirements, and the IDB and the lead local flood authority are both satisfied that the site is safe in terms of flooding and drainage. So the recommendation before members was therefore to grant permission, and that's the end of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, as you'll see, we have a number of speakers on this application, the first of which is Joy Russell. So, Mrs. Nicholson, if I could ask you to enable the microphone for the speaker. Could I just confirm, Ms. Russell, that your microphone is working?
Hello, Joy Russell speaking. Can you hear me?
That's terrific. That's working perfectly. So just to remind you, you've got the 3 minutes to address the committee, and start when you're ready, and we'll start the clock then, and I'll give you a 1 minute warning when we get to that point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning, councillors. Right from the start, the developers and the vendors have been using underhand tactics to push this application through. Firstly, causing damage to the bridge and ecology by felling trees before application. Then, after losing the appeal costs, insulting councillors, saying by being influenced by local residents, their objections were to curry favour with the voting public. Then, obtaining signatures to support the project from hundreds of people who have no knowledge of the problems in this area. And now, avoiding discussion at district level by going straight to appeal. The reasons for grounds of refusal were based on trifling cosmetic and certification details, completely sidestepping the elephant in the room, which I'll touch on shortly. The developers audaciously reapplied, only dealing with the specific issues, and are pressuring you to rush this development through. Surely the determination has been delayed through unprecedented circumstances caused by the coronavirus pandemic, and the developers are unfairly using this to their advantage. As this is a new application, and more information and conditions from consultees have been filtering through, shouldn't all the details be considered afresh. Point 1, dangerous access roads, safety and parking. We dispute this recent highways comment. It is an accident hotspot. The last one occurring on April the 29th, right at the proposed site access point. Traffic surveys done are completely unreliable, and our community speed watch group couldn't set up opposite this location, as you can see on slide 22, as this location was deemed too dangerous by police. Second point, dubious drainage plans and flooding. The EA stated it should not be assumed the site will remain flood-free should a tidal breach occur, but more on point are the problems they are having trying to deliver effective flood exceedance route plans.
You have 1 minute to go.
First off, they were content to flood the fishing lakes, then both the railway and Warrow Terrace. And now, with the inclusion of walling and small earth bund, they are effectively creating a self-contained bowl, allowing the site itself to flood. 3, affordable housing. How is it fair to position these houses right next to the railway track? The noise is considerable. 4, ecology. This application offers nothing by way of habitat enhancement. The government required 10% habitat unit gain, and this one is woefully below at 2.24%. This doesn't account for the previous losses, which were described by our case officer as unfortunate. But hey, we'll just remove what's left, throw some 106 money in
I'll
it,
have
and
to
put
call
it
your
somewhere
time
else.
there. Unfortunately, that's the end of the 3 minutes, but thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. The next speaker that we have is Lorna Williams. So again, Mrs. Nicholson, if you could enable the microphone. And can I just confirm with Lorna Williams that it's working all right?
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
Terrific. Again, just to remind you, you have the 3 minutes, and we will let you know when there's a minute of that time left to go. So please start when you're ready.
Okay. Good morning, councillors. Burnham and Highbridge Town Council are continuing to object to this application. Burnham and Highbridge Town Council wish to draw the committee's attention to our previously submitted detailed objections to this application submitted on the 31st of January 2020, namely overdevelopment and out of character with the adjacent properties, the detrimental impact on local wildlife and Warrow ponds, and the close proximity to the railway line. In particular, we wish to emphasise our concerns about road safety in relation to the access junction for the proposed development. Contrary to information contained within supporting documentation for this proposed development, we have direct knowledge of at least one serious accident at this location approximately a year ago, and we have also received personal representations from local residents who have knowledge of a number of accidents at this location within the recent past. The Town Council and Sedgemoor District Council have received an unprecedented number of comments and objections in excess of 430 from local residents regarding this proposed development, a vast majority of which highlight road safety concerns based on experience and witnessing accidents in the immediate vicinity of the proposed access junction. Whilst members of the Town Council Planning Committee are familiar with this location, and we took the time and trouble to visit the site and look objectively at the context of this proposed development. Whilst the site may be suitable for a degree of residential development, we feel strongly that the proposed access is wholly inappropriate due to its proximity to the railway bridge and the very poor visibility display in this direction.
You have 1 minute to go.
Burnham and Highbridge Town Council is therefore continuing to support local residents and maintaining its objection to this proposed development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a further speaker, which in this case is one of the ward councillors, Councillor Janet Keane. Unfortunately, was unable to be with us this morning, so we have a written submission from her, which is going to be read out by Mrs. Nicholson. So, Mrs. Nicholson, if I could ask you to be ready to read that, and just to remind you, you also have 3 minutes, and I will let you know when there's a minute of that time left to go. So start when you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman. Dear colleagues, I wish to object to this application both as a Highbridge resident and as ward councillor to summarise and reflect the level of concern and anxiety which it causes to the immediate neighbours and the wider residential area. The objections previously stated remain, and it is noted that although the inspector dismissed the appeal, the words used after the privacy comment were "and for other reasons." Transport and traffic. The transport statement was commissioned by the applicant, therefore cannot be considered objective. The railway bridge has a 3-ton weight limit, so all heavy traffic must gain access via Walrow Road. There is a culvert running under the opposite end of Walrow Road, which has been inspected by the county surveyor. His observation in 2019 was that it was slightly cracked, but since then the volume of traffic has increased considerably. Walrow Road is a very busy B road and provides part of the connection route from the A38 to the Causeway and the A39, but within half a mile of the site are 2 industrial parks with their servicing by HGVs and staff vehicles. The weight limit of the Walrow Railway Bridge is routinely ignored. On April 29th there was a traffic accident on the Walrow side of the railway bridge. A car drove over the bridge, skidded and hit the fence panel at the spot where the applicant proposes to make site access. Fortunately, there was no personal injury. The driver left the scene, but police were called and later confirmed that alcohol was not involved. Weather conditions were excellent, dry road surface and full daylight visibility. If the weather conditions were adverse, the point of impact, which is considerably higher than the road, the possibility of a fatality is very strong. Photographs of the impact and skid marks were sent to the case officer.
You have 1 minute to go.
The ecology report was commissioned by the applicant and therefore cannot be considered objective. A number of protected species were found on site and the plan to move them to a different location does not have a history of its success. The term protected should mean protected, and pushing the species back to a railway line is an exercise in cynical destruction. Flooding. The site does flood in winter. I've seen ducks and geese swimming around on the field. The measures suggested by the drainage and the environment inspectors pose a real threat to the safety of the dwellings at Walrow Terrace opposite the site. The measures suggested to raise the level of the site would divert any runoff directly onto the terrace, which would then be at a lower level. Water does not run uphill, only down. The national health emergency of COVID-19 and the late date of the government's permission to hold meetings virtually are extenuating circumstances for the non-determination, but I understand that the case officer has presented this view to the inspector but was denied. I therefore ask the committee to restate their objection to this application, even though
Then I will have to call time on you there.
Non-determination.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, members, I'll be looking for comments and questions in a moment, but Mrs. De Vries, was there anything you wanted to come back on from the points and queries that have been raised by the speakers? And as I say, I'm then looking to come to members.
Yes, please, Chairman. Just from a couple of the speakers, there were reference to the reports being submitted by the applicant and on behalf of the applicant being inaccurate. That is why they are reviewed by our statutory consultees. We don't take them on face value. We don't accept them as they've been presented. They get passed to our statutory consultees for detailed review and scrutiny. And in this case, this is why ecology conditions are different in this case than what they were previously because of time lapse between the original reports. So it was referenced that the reports may be inaccurate because they are provided by the applicant. They are provided by the applicant at the applicant's cost, but they are reviewed by the council's consultees on those specialised areas. In terms of the planning application, the planning history is a material consideration in this case, so members need to bear that in mind when debating the case. And there was some correspondence that went round to members regarding flood risk and the amount of rainfall and how quickly the attenuation systems may back up. I was just going to point out at this stage, if they back up, it doesn't account for the outflow that's been agreed. So with attenuation systems, they do fill up with water, but they also let water out at an agreed rate, which has been provided to and agreed with the Internal Drainage Board. So the Internal Drainage Board and the lead local flood authority are happy with the surface water drainage details that have come through. And I think the other issue was the location of affordable housing. Condition 13, which is on page 37 of the report, does set out the requirement for an acoustic report to be submitted and agreed to confirm details of sound reduction measures in accordance with British standards. And in terms of proximity, there are developments that are closer than this site, but Environmental Health are satisfied that there wouldn't be any adverse impact subject to the imposition of that condition and appropriate recommendations. But I'll pass to members for questions and debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First up, I have Councillor Hendry.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. There's been an awful lot of talk here about drainage, landfill, excess water on land and all this kind of stuff. It's wholly inaccurate from the objectors. For example, they're saying it'll take 83 millimetres of water to fill the tanks. That's completely untrue. The tanks fill and empty at accentuating flow, which is absolutely correct and has been said already. There was also mentioned about something called Storm Kara. Okay? A storm of that standard or that size usually is a 1 to 100 year event. Okay, so the drains can cope with that, and also 40% was called climate change. The drains are in accordance with the standard practice in the UK. There's no problem with them at all. Everything's absolutely fine. Never in any winter do I know of there's been flooding around Highbridge, and this development wouldn't affect things at all, not anywhere at all. The Walrow ponds, it was stated the Walrow ponds, okay, are spring fed. It's absolutely not true at all. They were brick pits. Okay, so they're actually like a man-made pond, so to speak. Everything meets the standard government policy and the requirements of the NPPF. The county highways are okay with this. The flood risk stroke 2 and 3, I don't see a problem here at all. I'm actually in favour of this development, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any problem with it whatsoever. Thank you now.
Thank you. Members, any other comments or questions? I'm not seeing anyone else on the chat at the moment, so are there any other comments or questions, please? Yep, we now have Councillor Kingham.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Just a small question to Mrs. de Vries. On the red outline on one of the plans, it omits the mews. It sort of squared the line up. I mean, does that mean that the mews is taken as part of the development, or is it just the way that the line's been drawn?
Councillor Kingham, you don't happen to know the slide number by any chance, do you?
I've been trying to catch the number, and it's been changing,
okay.
But I think it's one of the early slides.
Okay.
Okay.
Mrs. de Vries.
I'm assuming it's, if there's a discrepancy between the slides, it might be the way that I've drawn it, because the ones generally presented, so the ones in the bottom hand corner of these images are taken from when it got plotted on our system. There is one which I drew on myself, so if it's that one, I apologise. But effectively, the layout excludes the Firs, Walrow House and the Mews here. So the red outline goes along the edge of the Mews to the back of the Mews. There's a play area to the behind the Mews that's part of the application, but the Mews itself is excluded, and the garden area to the Firs is excluded. So the application site excludes those properties in that corner.
Right,
Councillor Kingham.
Yeah, thank you. Regarding the flooding issue, having done the development not far from there a few years ago, we were made to raise the level of the houses because of future flooding, and that's probably about a mile up the road. But it seems strange that they don't seem to have a problem with this site, as it's a lot lower, I would imagine. But as the drainage board are happy with it, then obviously we have to accept those reports. Thank you.
Mrs. de Vries.
In terms of land levelling, they are increasing the level of the land. The issue with the revised plans that were submitted originally was that there was concern, because they're increasing the level of this land here, where the surface water would run off towards Walrow Terrace. So this section of land has increased a little bit further by about 200 to 300 millimetres, just to make sure the flow of water remains within the site. So there is an increase in land levels. but not a significant increase, and the EA have conditioned them to those levels as per the conditions referenced at the end of the report.
Thank you. I now have a number of councillors who've indicated, so we've got councillors Bolt, Granter, Grimes, Bradford and Murphy. So if we start with Councillor Bolt.
Good morning, Chairman. I think Mrs. de Vries may have answered the question. I missed where the play area and open area was. That's on the plan? That was just at the back of the Mews as a play area. Where was the open area again?
So there's a small play area to the back of the Mews here.
Yes.
And then the second one is this area here. So it's further towards the back. Members had a split between the slide that effectively went across this point. So this is the garage that I referred to when I had the larger scale. But so there's a small area here and a larger area here.
Councillor Bolt?
Yeah, thank you.
That's it. Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Granter?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Looks like with this application, obviously our hands are tied as a planning committee. It's going straight back to appeal once again, and on the first appeal they didn't find too much wrong with it, even though that we turned it down as a committee before. I've got just a couple questions really. The affordable housing, I noticed on the report that the affordable housing officer thought it might have been a better idea to try to secure it with a 106 agreement. But I just wonder, we were two on this appeal, can we alter anything on this application, or is everything too late to alter? Because we're still talking about county highways problems and everything else, but obviously with the appeal officer, he didn't find too much wrong with that. So I mean, they're bypassing us, and I don't think there's too much we can do. But I'm not too happy with the affordable housing, because that could be hit or miss, and then it's only shared ownership, and I would like to see some of those rental properties if possible. Thank you.
Mrs. de Vries?
It is a mix of shared ownership and social rented, so apologies if that message wasn't clear. In terms of what they're currently proposing, the requirement is something like 13.8 or 13.6 dwellings to be affordable housing. They've rounded it up to 14 at the moment. So we were securing that through a legal agreement. The good news for members, if you like, is that the inspector would have to be happy that they are securing 30% affordable housing on site for it to comply with that policy for him to support it, which is one of the reasons it failed under the last application, because they progressed what's called a unilateral undertaking, which is them saying what they're going to give us and we just sign the bottom of it. Whereas a 106 is a more collaborative approach where we work on it together. We are still progressing the 106 with the applicant so we can get effectively to an agreed point at appeal when we reach that stage. So we are still working productively with the applicant to try and secure all the improvements through the 106.
Councillor Granter, do you want to come back?
No, that's explained very well. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I know this site very well, and I have to say I agree with a lot of the points raised. But most objections seem to hang on flooding and traffic generation, both of which received no objections from County Highways, Environment Agency or the Drainage Board. And I have to say I would find it very hard to object to this application with the conditions in place. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Hendry pointed out some real good points very early on in this debate. I thought he did. Very, very good. Now, we're stuck in a rock and a hard place here. We've got a gun to our heads, really. I don't like guns in my head. I really don't. Been in business. It's the worst thing you can do, especially to a farmer. I suppose, looking at it after all the debates going on and everything else regarding habitat, affordable housing and all the rest of it, knowing the site reasonably well, this might have looked a lot better with a lot less houses. You should certainly improve the highways problem by reducing the number of vehicles in and out. It wouldn't look so bad, so claustrophobic. You could have increased But the habitat of keeping more of it, I hear talk of moving species. Well, I've never heard anything like it. And I think this was the site that we're going to have a big fence around to keep out cats, I remember rightly. Am I right, Mr. Chairman, in thinking that one? I did snigger to myself and made a big note of it. They were going to put a big fence out to keep cats out. Well, you can put a cat fence as high as you like. You aren't going to keep the goat from that, are you, really? A very difficult one, this is. We all need housings, and we're going to have a lot more developments thrown in front of us like this in the next 6 months, I imagine. So really, we have to try and make the best of what we can for the local people. And there's a lot of passionate people speaking today. Local knowledge as well, and that's also important. I am a little bit concerned about the habitat, the damage of this whole area, and I just wonder we're going to lose too much of it. It's gone from 10% to 2%. Well, there's quite a reduction, really, and after what we've had the last 10 weeks, this coronavirus, etc., people are starting to realise more and more important how important green space is. Very much green space, especially in an area like this, and and it is difficult when you've got the planning inspector stood over you with a revolver. So sometimes we have to make difficult decisions, and I'm still going to listen for a bit more debate, actually, Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Thank you, Mr. De Vries. Was there anything you wanted to come back on there?
It was only the point about the fencing for the cats. I think that was lakeside because of protected species. They were sort of planting up spiky bushes to try and keep the cats within the confines of the site rather than in the adjoining designated area, but that's not the case for this site.
Thank you, Dawn. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'm struggling with my microphone. I really agree very much with Councillor Bradford on the various points he's made. I'm very concerned about the traffic, and I'm very concerned about the flooding, like so many else, or the potential for flooding. The traffic, I have personal experience, as you know. In August 2018, a car came around the Walrow area and smashed into mine and wrote my car off. And at that time, Mr. Bainan at number 7 confirmed this was accident number 9. Now, I thought, wow, I'd never heard. I've been there for 15 years, travelling backwards and forwards to this area, because I have an office in the Walrow, so I have personal experience of the area, which is busy, very random. People are flying through there because they're trying to get out. And I wanted to ask the officer about the reports that have been made, because we did have a report from Highways which we felt was completely inadequate. It was poor. They'd been taken at the wrong time of day. And I understand that a second report was made by County Highways, but I was told, I think I read in Dawn de Vries's report that this was taken at a slightly different location, and therefore she would not be able to accept it, or we would not be able to accept the comparison. But it didn't tell us. It did say it was dramatically different. It was dramatically increased in numbers. But it didn't tell us what the numbers were or what the report was. Could I ask the officer to explain why? I accept that it's in different locations. It was on the other side of the bridge. But can you tell us why you're not accepting it and why it's not in this report? That's my first question. That's my first question.
Yeah, it was raised by the Town Council. The traffic surveys got done within and around the site by the applicant, submitted by the applicant. There were other traffic surveys done by County Highways on Market Street, and the traffic generation figures for this road and Market Street are completely different, but they are two completely different roads that have two different natures of traffic. So in that respect, it was raised as a potential inaccuracy or sort of querying the effectiveness of the detail provided by the applicant. But given it's a separate location, it's a separate site, it's got a separate nature of traffic, they're not comparable. So County Highways confirmed that they couldn't compare the two traffic figures provided because they're two different. It's like comparing bacon and eggs.
I would dispute that. Mrs. de Vries. As far as I'm concerned, I was at a meeting previously where this was discussed, and I came back to the Market Street area and decided to go across and buy, as it happened, a Tesco meal deal. And it was 3:30. Now, from 3:30 till 5:30, the Walrow empties out. And what you find, I was stood there watching 20 cars arriving over the bridge from the location you're talking about. 20 cars within minutes. And they were stuck in that area. Now, okay, I wasn't really concerned about Market Street. I thought, crikey. And I phoned at that time Stuart Howlett and discussed this and sent an email and so on. And as far as I'm concerned, your comment there, I appreciate your feelings or your comment, but I think the comment in terms of chalk and cheese are completely irrelevant. I mean, the traffic is coming over the bridge, over that highway, down into Market Street where it's stuck. The fact that it's stuck in Market Street is irrelevant. It could be in outer space. It's coming over that bridge. And if you have 20 cars in minutes, little minutes, I would say that the traffic flows are highly relevant. I'm sorry they took the survey in Market Street. I don't know why they were doing that. But it's all coming off that bridge. May I just stop for a minute and ask for your thoughts on that?
I will certainly come to Mrs. DeVries. I would just mention that obviously the traffic assessment that is done here is done by the Highways Authority, not by our planning officers. We are reporting on what they have assessed. But Mrs. DeVries?
The only thing I think I can add is that within this photo, obviously members will see Bennett Road. Bennett Road serves quite a large industrial estate, so I would perhaps contend that not all the traffic is coming down past the railway bridge. I would accept that probably, quite a high percentage maybe, but that would be guessing, and then cross-checking that against the figures that the applicant has provided specifically for this site would be a poor comparison, I would suggest.
Councillor Murphy? Is Councillor Murphy there?
I keep forgetting it because I keep getting switched off. I am also very concerned about the flooding, not so much, partially because the angling club who own the ponds have gone against the idea that they could have surface water draining into the ponds by stating that they plan to put in a barrier to all surface water being drained off that site. So in effect, the developers are allowing the site to become a bowl because they've shifted the levels, and they're saying they can solve that by putting in a 12-inch barrier, maybe it's slightly more than 12 inch, 300 millimeters, bund and a small wall. But if in the case, that would hardly be able to stop a flood that would come into that area and being held in that bowl. So the people of Walrow Terrace, I can understand their anxieties, and they're also concerned about the actual soakaway, the exceedance levels. And I understand that the Internal Drainage Board have expressed deep concern about this, how the exceedance events are managed in the area, that it may impact levels on strategy for the site. So for what they're saying, for context, levels should be provided for Walrow Terrace. I mean, I think the Walrow Terrace have got a definite grouse and a worry that their dwellings which are lower than this site could be easily flooded, and the valves could be jammed, and they would continue to be flooded. I don't think they're on a much lower level, and I wonder what Mrs. de Vries thinks about that.
Thank you, Mrs. de Vries.
Thank you. I think if nothing changed on site and they took a digger there today and started digging out foundations for the site on the level that it is today, I completely support members' concern on that. That's not what they're doing. What they're doing is they're increasing the land level. They've come up with a drainage strategy. They've looked at the calculations. They've looked at the attenuation. They've agreed the outflow rate to ensure that there isn't a flood event occurring as a result of that. They're not draining into the ponds. They're draining into a waterway that runs to the side adjoining Walrow Terrace, which is the same waterway that the ponds drain into. The IDB is satisfied with the strategy that's been put forward and the outflow rates that have been put forward. The lead local flood authority are satisfied and the Environment Agency are satisfied. So based on the measures that have been put forward, the strategy that's been agreed and the conditions that are now being proposed by the statutory consultees, I do not believe that there's going to be an adverse issue in terms of surface water flooding for Walrow Terrace, and I think it is controlled by the statutory consultees and agreed through condition.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Good morning again, Mr. Chairman. There's an awful lot of chat here about drainage, all this kind of stuff, and it's just not correct. It's been proved that this site can deal with this. But add to that, there's also adverse talk about this bund. The bund is proposed to contain an exceedance runoff to some external areas towards the north-east side of the site. Now that would not be sufficient to flood the properties, but there may be external ponding, which is not a problem. It's not a big deal, but only if the design system had a major blockage. Now, if there was a blockage, that's not the fault of the site. That's just something that happens, but that would be rectified fairly quickly. So, just in short, the bund isn't a problem. It's not there for the purpose that's been talked about here today by a few of the councillors. Now, that's not. I'm not going against the councillors, but they're just not factually correct. And the drainage has been taken care of. County highways are fine with the entrance in now. There's not such a big problem that has been bandied about here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any other members who wish to comment or raise a question? If not, I'm going to be looking for a recommendation from members then, please. Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. The affordable housing, do they have gardens? I think the site's overdeveloped, personally. I think it's just, it looks like a load of brick thing. I think the road looks dangerous, and I know that road, and I do feel that it is a potentially dangerous road. I am concerned about the flooding, but because it is a lower, but I'm not sure exactly what's going to be done about that. I'm not really very clear on that. I'd like to know if the trees were taken out, cleared, and I'd like to know who did the ecology report. It seems to link the whole pathway through. I know there's a road there from the fields from the north to the south, and I think that we shouldn't really be putting up or agreeing to developments that haven't got a large. You can't just take away ecology and expect it to go somewhere else, especially on land that's like virgin land like this. Yeah, there's lots of points that I've got, but yeah, they'll do, I think, for now.
Thank you very much. Mrs. DeRees.
Thank you. The affordable housing is provided as a mix of flats and houses. So all of the houses in the residential development do have back gardens. The flats don't, whether they're affordable or otherwise, but they do have access to the public open space within the site. In terms of the ecology, the 10% net gain is a new requirement that's coming through government and is not yet through the process of adoption. But through the MPPF, we can require enhancements. So this site is providing an enhancement, but albeit only 2%. So given the sort of weight of the emerging policy, we were happy to ask for wider enhancements to be secured through the 106. So through the 106, we are getting financial contributions through a Natural England-based scheme to get contributions to provide a 10% net gain effectively off-site, because the site isn't large enough to accommodate for it. The site is accommodating a net gain of 2%, but 2% is an enhancement, but it's not a 10% enhancement. But the 10% would be secured through the 106, which is what officers are trying to achieve through the legal agreement. Thank you.
I think there was a question raised also about the original site clearance.
Sorry, yes. So to the front of the site, I understand it's a number of trees that were on the front of the site here that were cleared before the previous application was submitted. It was outside of nesting season, and none of the trees were protected. So it is unfortunate, as I've said in the report, and as I have said previously, it is unfortunate that some degree of clearance got undertaken prior to the application being submitted, but there is no requirement for them to come to us to get permission for that. if they hadn't have cleared it, it's likely we would have secured it through condition. But they haven't broken any rules or regulations by taking a few trees out ahead of submitting the planning application.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Again, Mr. Chairman, good morning. I've did a lot of research into this site regarding the drainage, etc., which I'm actually quite happy with, as I obviously stated. I actually don't see a problem with this whatsoever. The county highways are happy. The drainage is perfectly okay, so I'm quite happy and confident to put forward this whole recommendation at this moment in time in favour. Thank you.
And just to confirm, that's the updated recommendation that was put before us about endorsing the recommendation that will then go before the inspector.
100%, yes, absolutely.
Okay. Councillor Kingham, you're next.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I think we're in an awkward position here, and I think with all the statutory authorities' recommendations and surveys that they've done, I think we're at a point where we can't do much about it. So I'd like to second the recommendation.
Thank you.
With those conditions.
Mrs. Lehman.
Thank you, Chairman. I was just going to remind the recommendation had the amended conditions.
Okay. So just to confirm, Councillors Hendry and Kingham, you're happy just that we make clear that it includes the amended conditions as well as the amended recommendation?
Yes, please. Yes, that's exactly. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Kingham?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay. Councillor Glassford?
Yeah, I was going to second it anyway.
Okay. That's fine. If there's no further comments from members, I'm not seeing anything else on the chat. So we've had a recommendation which is to recommend endorsement of the officer's recommendation to grant permission with the amended conditions. I will come round to each of the members in turn for their votes. So if we start with Councillor Granter.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. First of all, I can confirm that I've listened and seen all the debate. And although we have a gun to our head going straight to appeal, I suppose I'll have to endorse the recommendation. Thank you.
So just to confirm, you're for the proposal. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Chairman.
Councillor Glassford.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, I've seen and heard the presentation, and I endorse the recommendation.
So, yeah, okay. Councillor Pearce.
Yes, I confirm that I've heard and seen the debate, and I am for the proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
I can confirm I've seen and heard the whole debate, and I'm against.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chairman. I can confirm I've seen and heard the whole debate, and with the proposed amendments, I am in favour of the development. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
I've seen and heard everything, Mr. Chairman, and I can confirm that, yes, I'm in favour of this going ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chairman. I've seen and heard the whole debate, and I'm against.
Thank you. Councillor Revens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can confirm that I've seen and heard the debate and presentation, and my vote is against the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Kingham.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I've listened to the whole debate, and I'm for.
Councillor Bradford.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I've heard all the debate, and with the amended conditions, I'm in favour of the application.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt.
I can confirm as present throughout the whole application, heard the debate. I'm for the officer's recommendation with the conditions.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I just confirm that I've seen and heard the whole presentation, and I'm for.
Thank you. And finally, just confirm that I've also seen and heard the presentation and debate, and I'm also for the proposal that has been moved to endorse the recommendation of the officers to grant permission. Mrs. Nicholson, if you could just confirm the vote, please.
Thank you, Chairman. The recommendation is 10 for and 3 against the proposal.
Thank you very much. So that is clearly carried. So the proposal to endorse the recommendation has been passed. Right, members. I'll look for some views from members as to whether you wish to take a short comfort break at this point, or whether you want to carry on to the next application.
Yes, please, Chairman.
Okay, so if we take a short comfort break, say 5 minutes, and we'll restart at just gone 10:02. Gone 10:02. So if we make a start again, I'll just come around to just get members to confirm that they are present, just that we make sure we haven't lost anyone in the last 5 minutes. So Councillor Granter.
Present. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Glassford. Councillor Glassford. We'll come back to Councillor Glassford. Councillor Pearce.
Yep, I'm here.
Councillor Gibson.
Here, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Scott.
Yes, here, Chairman.
Councillor Hendry. We'll come back to Councillor Hendry. Councillor Murphy.
Here and present, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Revens.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Kingham.
Present.
Councillor Bradford.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Bolt.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Grimes.
Yes, Chairman.
Yeah, I'm here. So we're just wanting to check back. Is Councillor Hendry with us? No, I can see an empty chair at the moment. And Councillor Glassford. Looks like we might have Councillor Hendry back. Is Councillor Hendry now present?
I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So it's just Councillor Glassford we appear to have...
I'm here.
Oh, terrific. Excellent, Alex. Thank you. Good to have you back. So that's everybody who is on the committee present. So if we move to our next application, which is in North Petherton, and if I could ask Miss Parsons, would you like to introduce this one for us, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Hopefully members can see my screen. Can you see a PowerPoint presentation?
Not yet. We can see your screen, so we can see all the councillors on. Now we've got a...
Have you got the background application number?
Yeah, we've got
Maybe
your
it's
screen.
a little slow.
Yeah, it's now up.
Good, lovely. Okay, thank you, Chairman. This is a full planning application for the change of use of a detached residential 4-bed dwelling to a residential care home. It's to be occupied by up to 3 children under the age of 18. And the overall development objectives are to establish a children's residential care home providing accommodation and care for, as I said, a maximum of 3 children and their support staff working on a shift pattern, and to be managed and by a full-time manager and to be overseen at full-time by care and support staff. We will look at the principle of the development of the care home in a residential area. We will look at the residential amenity impact and impact on highway safety. Now, slide 2 shows the location of the site. It is located within the well-established residential area of Wilstock. The site here is a detached dwelling with a detached double garage to the side or to the rear. To the side is quite a large drive, turning area, accessed off the cul-de-sac of Lotus Drive. And going into the aerial photograph, slide 3, you'll see the application site arrowed in red. In amongst the, as you can see, it's in amongst the residential area. The areas to the southwest of the site, that's currently being developed for further residential use. And then back to the layout plan. If we just take a look at the floor plan, there are no proposed physical alterations to the property. It's a 4-bed property with a lounge, kitchen, dining room, study downstairs, a utility, and then with 4 bedrooms upstairs, 2 with ensuite facilities and a bathroom. Slide 6, starting to show the photographs. This is the property. As you can see, the front of the property and the drive to the side, part of the double garage. This again is the front of the property looking further to the west, and road lane, northwest road lane running along there beyond the hedge. And this is looking at the side of the property where you can see a double garage and parking area. From the property looking in the other direction, down along the front of the other properties in Lotus Drive, and then looking back towards the property here and where road lane would run along there. Now, in terms of the principle of residential development, I think I'll go back to the aerial because that's quite useful. This application is for the change of use of 4-bed dwelling to a dwelling to be occupied by up to 3 children under the age of 18 and to be cared for on a full-time basis. The children will also attend the local schools and they will live in the property as a single family. The applicant states that the placement of any children or young people at the property would be dependent on Ofsted's approval, and as a registered children's home, it would operate as close to a family home as possible, and it would comply with Ofsted's regulations and quality standards as laid out in the Children's Homes Regulations and Social Care Common Inspection Framework. The applicant states that on a regular basis or once a month, a Regulation 44 independent inspector would visit the property and report to Ofsted and include reviews to Ofsted on the running of the property, its processes and procedures, which would also include noise complaints. In terms of the impact on the, if we go back to the principle, it relates to an existing residential property to be accommodated by 3 young people, together with live-in carers. The children would be on the school roll in terms of comings and goings with vehicles and staff. It would be comparable to a typical working family of a 4-bed house. And for this type of use in a residential area, it's considered to be acceptable. Similarly, in terms of its impact on neighbouring residents, the occupation of the property would be akin to a 4-bed family home, and therefore it's not considered that there would be any undue noise and disturbance that would affect neighbouring properties. And in terms of highway safety, the access and the highway structure in gaining access to the site is acceptable. As you could see, there is ample parking at the site to accommodate the carers and any visitors that do need to come to the site, for example, social services. But the children would be attending schools as any children of a 4-bed home would be, and at some points the children will also be visited at schools by social services if necessary. And so it's considered on that basis that the occupation of the dwelling as a care home would not increase vehicular movements over and above that of a 4-bed dwelling, and would not have any further adverse impact on any neighbouring residents in terms of amenity, and therefore the recommendation is to grant consent. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. As members will see, we've got a couple of speakers on this application. So The first one is Richard Ives, who is today speaking on behalf of the North Petherton Town Council. Mrs. Nicholson, if you could enable the microphone, please. And if Mr. Ives, if you could just confirm that we can hear you.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, thank you. So, again, just to remind you, you've got the 3 minutes to address the committee, and I'll let you know when you've got a minute of that time left to go. So start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. I apologise. I've got a lot of hay fever. It's nothing worse than that, so if I cough, I apologise. Right. The house is situated at the end of a single carriageway, block-paved drive. It has 4 parking spaces, and there is little parking available on the highway at the end of the private drive. I would imagine there will be 3 vehicles on site most of the time, and at shift change over times, possibly 5 or 6. I feel it's unlikely that the employees of Empower will respect the other residents of this private driveway. I think there will be issues over parking, particularly at changeover times and when other visitors, such as social workers, arrive. Once lockdown is over, there will be visitors to the other houses in the area. Currently, there is little spare on-street parking available, particularly at the weekend and evenings. I feel there should be guarantees made that visitors and staff to this care home will not park on the drive turning point or in front of other residents' houses on this driveway, in effect blocking the driveway. As I am sure you are all aware, parking in much of Wilstock is already at full capacity. There are currently no facilities in Wilstock at all, and any trip out will always involve vehicles. Very close by is a very well-known drug dealing area, which is where Liliana Way meets Road Lane, and the police are well aware of this. The area is also well known as a problem area for bad behaviour by youths. Vandalism as well as drug taking is always also well known to the police. The house is directly opposite the current Blore development, which I expect building work to continue for at least the next 3 years, meaning that it is not the safest place for inquisitive youngsters. The back garden of the house is small and certainly not big enough to contain active youngsters. There is no real front garden at all, just the driveway and turning point. The only reasonably close bus route requires a half-mile walk along a section of Road Lane that does not have a footpath.
You have 1 minute to go.
Thank you. It is inappropriate to place children in rotating care, and previous history of doing this in Somerset has been disastrous. In fact, a previous chairman of the planning committee had considerable difficulties with a private sector children's home in his ward in Fiddington. And because of the absence of local facilities, lack of parking, lack of public transport and poor access, North Petherton Town Council feels that this is not the most suitable position for a home of this type. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a second speaker, which is Jade McVeigh, who is the applicant. Again, Mrs. Nicholson, if you could enable the microphone and we can just confirm with Ms. McVeigh. Can you just try and just check for us whether it's working for you?
Sure. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, that's working extremely well.
Great.
So start when you're ready, and again, I'll let you know when you've got a minute of the 3 to go.
Okay, lovely. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your time today. I am Jade McVeigh, the responsible individual for Empower. That means that I've been approved by Ofsted to have the overall ethical and legal responsibility for our homes. Lotus Drive will be a loving family environment for vulnerable children from the age of 4 upwards who are not able to live with their birth families. The home will not be used as a commercial residence. Any office-related functions will take place from our registered office located in Taunton. It is important to note that our application is not for a residential centre. Our application is for a children's home and will operate as close to a family home environment as possible. We have read and understood the concerns raised by some local residents, and we want to reassure and help our local community understand what a children's home is and how it will operate. I would like to explain that this will not be a 16-plus supported living provision, which many of the concerns raised refer to. 16-plus supported living homes do not require planning permission. They are not governed by Ofsted and they are not regulated. Our home will care for children with mild to moderate learning disabilities, some of which may include children who have Down syndrome, other chromosomal abnormalities, children who are partially or profoundly deaf, children with global learning delay, and children with autism. The children living within the home will arrive at a much younger age than 18. The reason this age has been included within our application has been led by Ofsted so that children can live within their home and experience longevity in a loving, nurturing, therapeutic environment just like any other child. It is important to recognise that a child who may live within our home will likely have some cognitive impairment, which means that they will present and function at a younger age than their chronological age. The home was originally occupied by foster carers and used in the same capacity to which our proposed plans refer. Foster carers cared for more children than are identified within our proposal. They were predominantly teenagers who had complex behavioural needs. We are aware of many families and foster families who live in and around the local area, caring for children who are vulnerable and who have similar complex needs. They experience the same number of visits from social workers and professionals. Every child has the right and should be able to contribute to their community, to play in local parks and to make friends living in a happy, safe environment, regardless of whether they are a looked after child. Any child living within our home will always be cared for and supervised. Carefully planned and detailed impact risk assessments will take place as part of a regulated process, ensuring that there are adequate access to local amenities. The government requires that all looked after children have access to good or outstanding rated schools. Locally to this home, there would be Somerset Bridge, rated good, Penrose, Elmwood, Phoenix Academy, providing special educational needs in Bridgewater and North Petherton. Our children would benefit from access to these local services. It is wrong and prejudiced to assume that looked after children will create antisocial behaviours within the community. It is right to assume that looked after children can contribute positively to their local communities and become valued members of society. Thank you.
Thank you, and perfectly timed. Just before I come to members, I'm going to come back to the officers to comment on any issues that have been raised by speakers. Can I start with Mrs. Lehman, please?
Thank you, Chairman. I noticed the first speaker spoke about the area being a well-known drug dealing area and also a problem area for use. And I also noted that he mentioned a Fiddington scheme that had a similar problem. These are all antisocial behaviour problems and they're not planning matters to be considered today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Parsons, is there anything you wanted to come back before I come to members? I have Councillors Bradford and Revans who have indicated to speak, but Ms. Parsons?
Thank you, Chairman. It was really in relation to the facilities within the area, and there is within relative close proximity a primary school, retail centre, country park and consent for a community building, and there are footpath links that link through into Road Lane to the wider town area. And therefore I think the occupation of this property would be akin to all the other properties nearby that are the family homes. And really that we would be looking at the facilities that are provided for them as well. So really I'm saying it's comparable to the needs of the other family properties in the area. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. We have a number of speakers now indicated, so it's Councillors Bradford, Revans, Pearce, Hendry and Gibson. So if we start with Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor I said an awful lot of what I was going to say, and I'll try and repeat some of it and a bit stronger perhaps. The need for these places are yes, but the place is no. With the area itself is not a very good access point regarding coming in from the 838 right down through, and you all know what a problem we had to find a place there about 3 years ago, which is all relevant with these sort of things. It's a mismatch of roads, etc., and only in the increasing traffic, which at the moment is not being catered for. There's no shop unless you go right up to Stockmore. The play area, there is play areas adjacent, and you may have a Wilstock hub there within the next 2 to 3 years, hopefully, which will contribute an awful lot to the well-being of these children, because obviously they need a lot of care, some of them do. But I cannot feeling this is just the wrong place. Now, suppose everybody on Wilstock decided to do this, and there's no reason why they couldn't. If you get a planning application for this, I mean, anything else for a 4-bedroom house, they could well put it in again, etc. And you might have the same sort of problems you might be created. The parking will always be a problem. That's the nature of Wilstock. It's not the best of designs estates. We all know that. The roads, there's no local facilities as such. And things need to get a lot better before we start bringing in things like this. And I think that is my own personal opinion. And I really can't support this, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Parsons, was there anything you wanted to respond on? Or I think it was more a statement than a question.
No, not at this stage. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, Councillor Evans.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I find myself quite conflicted about this one. There is a substantial need for residential accommodation in Somerset for our most vulnerable children. And I think there's been a little bit of over-egging of the pudding this morning in terms of what might be the result of a home for children with moderate learning difficulties and conditions like Down syndrome in the community. As has been pointed out by the applicant, or I think was or maybe implied by the applicant, a foster home could be set up on this community without planning permission and would contain the similar number of residents. That being said, this isn't a foster home. It is a home which will have employed staff who will be driving to and driving from this location. They will need to access it via the private driveway, and they will need to access it via the extremely difficult set of roads that lead to this part of Wilstock down Bramble Drive, Campion Way, Sorrel Drive and Wilstock Way. It's not a very easy route, and adding more vehicle movements to this I find very, very difficult. So I do find myself very conflicted by this application. I want to see residential accommodation like this. I think of the institutional care my cousin had when he was who lived with Down syndrome, and this would be infinitely better for young people today. I'd be very interested in what other members say. However, on balance, I think I will support the recommendation at the moment, but I am somewhat conflicted on this one.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. Yep, similar to Councillor Evans, slightly conflicted. There is obviously a need for good quality children's homes, but I do have some concerns on the sort of high density nature of these estates and the access. But these houses are built to accommodate families, and such the bedroom dimensions reflect that, sort of going from a fair size down to fairly small, and a small back garden, given that these are children who are vulnerable and may be troubled. But my main question is around education, because there seems to be a lot of weight being put on the fact that the children, who I guess could be quite transitory, will be attending local schools, and I'm interested to know how that would be guaranteed, given that in a past life I attended many a school's appeal with parents, and at that time it wasn't a given that you would get a place just because you lived in the local locality. So I would be interested if I could have a reply on the school situation. That would be I'd be grateful, please.
Thank you, Ms. Parsons. You're able to address that?
I'm not sure if I can. I'm not sure if Dawn DeVries can, or...
I've just had Mrs. DeVries indicate, so Mrs. DeVries?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Just hearing the debate of members, I think, it's a relatively new development site. It's a 4-bedroom house with a garden to reflect a family nature dwelling. The question before members, because it's a change of use application, the building exists, the parking exists, the garden exists for a substantial family dwelling. The question is, what is the impact through the change of use that's being proposed? So really, traffic generation, if you like, the fallback established position is a family 4-bed dwelling, which could be 3-4 vehicles plus a double garage. The level of traffic generation for the change of use proposed is 2 living carers on shift, so potentially 4 cars plus a manager. There's 4 parking spaces next to the house, potentially another 2 spaces in the garage. As a non-domestic property, the garage may be more likely to house a vehicle rather than sort of standard 4-bedroom houses I would put to members. It is very close to a number of play areas. There are facilities developing on this estate to support the main surrounding residential uses. As proposed, the development is proposed to operate and appear as a dwelling house, but offering care to sort of young children that require those services. I think the question to members, and the only thing you can be considering when you're looking at the application, is what the difference in the use of the building is relative to the consented position. It is where it is in terms of the Wilstock-Stockmore development. It is accessed the way that it is accessed. In terms of the private drive, it is the last property on this private drive. So it's the last one of 3, I think, served off of the private drive from Lotus Drive. The other properties are served from Jasmine Close. So it's only one of 3 served from the private drive, and it is the end one. If it were a significant concern for members, we could be looking at a parking plan or, a parking management strategy, if you like. But from a perspective of a residential property and what they can currently do on site, I would suggest that's excessive for this development. But it is a change of use from a residential 4-bed to effectively a supported accommodation for 3 children. And as a 4-bed home, officers are satisfied it's significantly large enough to be able to accommodate that. In reference to the schools, apologies, coming on to the point that I was actually expressing an interest on. There is a local primary school within the site, and there were extracurricular needs sort of suggested by the applicant. I am aware from my husband's involvements in schools, there are requirements for schools to accommodate places for children who have particular needs. I'm not saying that gives them preferential treatment, but if there are spaces needed and spaces available for those particular type of educational needs on that site, it does work geographically in the first instance, and then further afield. There was also reference to alternative school accommodation, not necessarily the mainstream primary school reference by the applicant. So it's not just the local primary school that would be applied for by these residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you for that. The question's been asked. I would dispute that it's that places can be easily available, but the question has been answered. A question whether that should be in the report, actually, if it's not a planning consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Good morning again, Mr. Chairman. I actually agree with Councillor Alan Bradford on this. He put forward a very good few points, that this house is not actually purpose made for this type of activity. It's part of a really nice small development, and it's for a family. That said, given the COVID-19 situation we have today, I suppose this house has got an ensuite bathroom for one room, it's got a family bathroom upstairs and a downstairs toilet. That's the standard layout. So, am I right in saying that? An ensuite bathroom, a family bathroom, and downstairs toilet, something of that nature?
Ms. Parsons, do you want to just clarify?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Can you see slide four? That shows the floor plan. So downstairs you've got a toilet.
Yes.
WC here.
Right. Yeah. Councillor Hendry, if you just hold on 1 minute, let Ms. Parsons give you, and then come back.
So upstairs we have got 4 bedrooms, family bathroom, 2 ensuite, what looks like shower rooms.
Right. Can I speak, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please do.
Yeah, okay. I was just a bit concerned, nothing more, about this whole lockdown situation with COVID-19. We don't know how long this is going to go on for, 6 months, 12 months, who knows? And if you have individual young children in there, and okay, you've got 2 ensuite bathrooms, 1 family bathroom, downstairs toilet, would this pose a problem, an obvious problem, or is everybody happy with this? Thank you.
Ms. Parsons? Sorry, I've got Mrs. DeVries.
Thank you, Chairman. Just looking at current restrictions and how the education system is responding to it, they are splitting children down into smaller year groups, and effectively they're within their own little bubbles. The application is proposing to hold the children effectively as a single household. So as a single household, they will be remaining together. It may cause some issues in terms of how they're sorting out carers, but I'm assuming the carers will be within that modest bubble that serves this residential unit. So the children in themselves will occupy the dwelling as their household, and it will be the carers in terms of how they sort of manage the shift work. But I would assume they'd be limited to the bubble of the children that they're linked to currently. But obviously if measures relax, that would change. But again, the management of how it's actually serviced falls outside of the planning remit, but we're just looking at the use.
Councillor Henry, did you want to come back?
No, that's absolutely fine. That's covered everything I was asking. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson?
Hi. I think most has been covered, but I would just want, I guess, clarification of how many staff will be there at one point. But the way I see it, it's just a family house. It's a family house with a family in. And it's apparently designed for a family, the house, and the estate was designed for housing to accommodate people. So I don't understand why you can make that differentiation really between this family that might come and live here and another family next door. I just don't understand that. And the children, there's 4 children. The 4 children won't be driving. There might be maybe a vehicle for use for all of the children at the property. I don't know, but I don't have a problem really at all. I just don't even understand how it is a problem. Sorry.
Thank you. Mrs. De Vries, I think you wanted to answer that.
Yeah, the supporting information and the report specifies there's up to 3 children, a manager, and then potentially 2 carers. So maximum of 6. The carers do shift work, so one will leave and another one will arrive. I'm assuming that will be staggered, but that will be down to the management of the home itself. So maximum of 6, which is not unusual for a 4-bedroom house in this location.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson, anything to come back on? Are you happy with the answer?
Well, yeah, I would dispute that it's 6 because I've worked in places like this. I'm a retired nurse, so I've worked in places and I know how they work and operate a little bit. And I would say that's even a high estimate.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Granter?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. This application is being covered by the Ofsted rules and regulations that they go with anything like this. I think every child really deserves a chance in life to have a stable home and upbringing. I can understand where people's coming from about roads and traffic. Every time we put an application in for anything, that's one of the big highlights. People's concerned about the extra generation of traffic. But as has been stated, this is a 4-bedroom family home. We could have 4 adults living in that house, or even a HMO, which would at least put 4 cars on the road. And this is a family unit. We're talking about 3 children that won't be able to drive and some carers that look after them. So I really don't see that people should get concerned about extra traffic generation. And it's also been stated that if somebody wanted to set up a foster home there and put children in, then they would not have needed any planning permission whatsoever. I see nothing wrong with this application, and I would like to move the officer's recommendation, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got a number of speakers, Councillors Kingham, Scott, Bradford and Grimes. So, Councillor Kingham.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I've been listening to what people been saying, and I've gone along with what Councillor Revens said. There is a need for these types of properties. The children that are being put into this type of property, it's not their fault. They need to be integrated back into a family life. You're living in an area where there are families. You've got all the facilities available. And as Councillor Granda said, this is a family home, 3 children. they're not driving, so they're not creating extra traffic. And I think if we start to say no, I think we'll be looking at an area we don't care, and I think that's not the truth. I think we do care, and I think we ought to have more of these properties, and I'm all in favour of this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Hello. Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, it is a difficult one. I agree with what has been said, and we do need to actually provide for these children, that's obvious, and to integrate them into as normal family life as possible. The applicant spoke earlier and said that it would be for children with sort of learning difficulties, etc., and maybe slightly younger children. Yet the town council was adamant that it could possibly be, you know, teenage children, slightly older ones, that could cause a threat, or not a threat, a problem in the community. I just wonder if the officer would clarify whether the company who's actually putting the children in does actually specialise in the children with learning difficulties.
Mrs. De Vries, you've indicated.
Thank you. Apologies, I have my mic on silent. In terms of the application that's before members, the applicant who spoke at the beginning of the committee is the applicant for this development. They are proposing the unit to hold up to 3 younger children. And that's why the application is in before members, as specified by that speaker. If it had been for older children and a slightly different application, it's not controlled the same way as these ones are, so wouldn't have been subject to the same consultation. I would also add sort of comments about alleged crime doesn't fall within the remits of the planning consideration, and I think it's inappropriate to tie sort of alleged crime with this type of application, but that's my own personal opinion, perhaps a step too far, but it is for 3 younger children, as put forward by the applicant.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. That does clarify it, and I agree. The crime element shouldn't have been included, but I think I can support this application because I think it is right that we should integrate any children that are unfortunate to have come from families that can't support them in this way. So I would actually be quite happy to. Is there a seconder for the proposal?
Not as yet.
I'd be quite happy to second the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a couple of other councillors who registered, so we've got councillors Bradford, then Grimes, then Gibson, and then Murphy. So Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for coming back to me. Thank you very much. And we all care. It's not a matter of caring. I did say when we started, right, the principle's good, but is it the right place? That's what I was saying, because what's to stop anybody buying a 4-bedroom house anywhere on the new Bloor development there and starting these sort of things out? It's got to be somewhere. I would have thought somewhere a little bit different. That's my personal opinion, and I listen to a lot of the local people as well, and you have to take these things into consideration when we're making decisions. But I've got no problem at all with the principle. The principle is good, but is it the right place? And I understand, listening to Councillor Evans, he's involved in foster care of the Somerset County Council, etc. So he's got a greater knowledge than probably myself involved in a lot of these things. So I hear to some of the things he says. So that's all I'm going to say, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I think everything's been said. I was quite happy to second the recommendation. That's all I've got to say on the subject. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Hello. Yeah, I was going to second Councillor Granter's proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to say that this is exactly the sort of place that we need to integrate these children into. It's unobtrusive, it's normal, and I believe it will give them the sort of sustenance they truly deserve. In Burnham, we also have places like this, and they're very much in the community, and I was ready to second this too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've not got any other members listed to ask any questions or comments. We have had a recommendation to grant permission, both proposed and seconded. So I will come round to members and ask them for their votes, please. So we'll start this time with Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. I've seen and heard the whole application and I'm for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bolt.
Present throughout the whole application, heard all of the debate and for it.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford. Councillor Bradford.
Chairman, I've heard the whole debate, Mr. Chairman, and I'm abstaining.
Thank you. Councillor Kingham.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, I've listened to the whole debate, and I'm very happy to support the application.
Thank you. Councillor Revens.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've listened and carefully considered the debates, and with some reservations, I support the proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chairman. I have heard and seen the whole debate, and I am pleased to support the application.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. I've seen and heard everything. Very informative, and yes, I'm all for it. It's okay.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I've seen and heard the whole debate and I'm for the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, I've seen and heard the whole debate and I'm for the application and I hope they'll be happy, their children.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Yep, I've seen and heard the whole debate and I'm for the application.
Thank you. Councillor Glassford.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I've seen and heard the whole debate. I am for the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. And Councillor Granter.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I can confirm that I've seen and heard the whole debate and I am for the application. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally myself, again, I've seen and heard the whole debate and I'm also in favour of the recommendation to grant. I think, Mrs Nicholson, that's all the councillors who are present, so if you could just tally the votes, please.
Thank you, Chairman. The results are 12 in support of the proposal and 1 abstention.
Thank you. So that is clearly carried, so permission is granted for that application. Members, that brings us to the end of the applications we have before us in this morning's agenda. We will restart this afternoon at 2:30 for this afternoon session. So thank you all very much. And
place, and for us, and to allow for decisions to be made. Hopefully everyone present today will be able to hear the meeting. However, in the event of a technical failure, the chairman will adjourn the meeting and set a new time to reinstate the meeting. Please also note that today's meeting is being recorded, and just to confirm that the recording at the end of this meeting, probably in about 2 days, will be available on the council's YouTube channel and available to view. All members of the committee today should have their video on, but will remain muted until the chairman invites them to speak. In respect of members of the public, all microphones will be muted, and unless you have been registered to speak, the chairman will then invite you and then unmute the microphone to allow you to make your representations to the meeting. And the format of the meeting will be as per the agenda that has been previously circulated. And now hand over to the chairman of the meeting.
thank you. Can I also welcome you to the Development Committee? I'm Councillor Bob Filmer, I'm chairman of the committee. Just a couple of notes as to how we'll operate this afternoon. Each application will be taken in turn. The planning officers will outline the application, and then we will ask for the public speakers to address the committee. Members will then debate and ultimately decide on the applications. For members of the committee, just a reminder that those wishing to speak, please indicate through the online chat and you'll be called in turn. During the debate, there will be a proposer and a seconder for a resolution. Members will then vote on this in turn, confirming that they've been present throughout the application being considered, and will vote for, against, or abstain. Votes will then be counted and the result announced. I'll now ask the officers and councillors who will be taking part in this meeting to confirm that they can both see and hear me, and to introduce themselves. So if we start with the planning officers and Mr. Howlett.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Stuart Howlett. I lead the planning team for Sedgemoor, and I can confirm I can see and hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Noon.
Yes, hello. My name is Adrian Noon. I am the lead officer for the east part of the district. I will be presenting the 3 applications this afternoon, and I can see and hear you all. Thank you.
One thing just to mention, Mr. Noon, your voice is slightly distorted at the moment, so it may well be at some point you may need to go to just audio rather than audio and video, but we'll see how that goes. Mrs. Lehman, from our legal section.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Dawn Lehman. I am the legal advisor to the committee, and I can confirm that I can hear and see you.
Thank you. Is Mrs. Nicholson back with us, or is it Mr. Mulhewish?
I think Mrs. Nicholson is just in the process of reconnecting. I will confirm I'm Andrew Melchior. I'm one of the committee managers here today, and I can see and hear everything that's going on, and will act as committee manager for this meeting until Mrs. Nicholson is able to establish connection.
Thank you very much. If we come to the members of the committee, Councillor Granter.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman. Thank you. Yes, I'm Graham Granter. I represent the Fairfax ward here in Bridgewater, and everything is coming across loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Glassford.
Good afternoon, Chairman. I am Alec Glassford, member representing Fairfax ward, and I can hear and see everything.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Hello, yeah, good afternoon. My name's Lee Gibson. I represent Eastover Ward in Bridgewater, and I can see and hear everybody.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Councillor Cathy Pearce, Westover Ward, Bridgewater, and I confirm I can hear and see everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Yes, I'm Councillor Liz Scott, representing the Axvale Ward, and I can confirm I can hear and see you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Sedgemoor District Councillor Alistair Hendry, Burnham-on-Sea Central, and yes, I can confirm, Chairman, I can see and hear everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Yes, Chairman. My name is Councillor Mike Murphy. I represent Burnham North, and I can see and hear everything.
Thank you. Councillor Evans.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Bill Revens. I am the District Councillor for the North Petherton Ward, and I can confirm I can see all and hear all.
Thank you. Councillor Kingham.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chairman. Yes, my name is Stuart Kingham. I'm the ward member for the West Poldens, and I can see and hear all.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I'm Councillor Alan Bradford, representing North Petherton, and I can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt.
Yes, I'm Brian Bolt, ward councillor for Cannington and Wemden. I can see and hear everything clearly.
Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Tony Grimes, Deputy Chairman and representing Barrow. I can see and hear all that's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm Councillor Filmer, Chairman of the committee, and again, I have heard and seen all the responses. Mrs. Nicholson, are you with us?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I am now with you, and I can see and hear everybody.
Thank you very much
for that.
Good to have you back. Also, just to mention for both members and members of the public, there are several members of the public present today who may wish to either observe the meeting or have registered to speak. We also have councillors present and officers of the council who are here in an observatory role, and that includes the portfolio holder for development. So if we move on to our agenda, first item is apologies for absence. Do we have any apologies for this afternoon, please?
Thank you, Chairman. I've had apologies from Councillor Perry and Councillor Facey.
Thank you, and the rest of the members are all present. Urgent business, I've not been advised that there's any urgent business which we haven't got already covered on our agenda. Item 3 is public speaking time for members of the public and councillors who've registered to speak. Just to remind you, you will have 3 minutes to address the committee. The format we follow is that the officers will outline the application before us, and then we'll ask you to come forward to give your presentation, at which point Mrs. Nicholson will enable the microphone so that you can address the committee, and we will give you a 1 minute warning when you have a minute of that 3 minutes left to go. And obviously, if you can then wind your comments up, that would be most appreciated. Item 4 is declarations of interest. Are there any declarations that we have for this afternoon's business? Mrs. Nicholson?
The couple of members gave their interest this morning, but I will just repeat them. So for Councillor Liz Scott, page 48, she is the ward councillor, but took no part in any discussions on the matter. In respect of page 60, she has declared a DPI, so that's a disclosable pecuniary interest, as her land is adjacent to the site. And then for yourself on page 60, this is part of your county councillor division ward. None other being declared.
Thank you very much. And I'm not seeing any further declarations on the chat, so that's fine. The next item on the agenda is the planning applications themselves. The first application we have is the application at Axbridge, and members, that will be on page 48. But if I can just ask you to turn to the appendix papers that were sent round, or on your computer, the appendix papers that were sent round, which relate to the Habitats Regulations Assessment and the supplementary report that refers to that. And Mr. Noon, would you like to take us through that to start with, please?
Thank you, Chairman. I'll leave the video off for now just to keep the sound quality as best as we can. Hopefully my desktop is now presenting the title slide.
Yes, it is.
We're dealing today with an application for the approval of the reserve matters for 20 dwellings on this site. Outline permission was granted a couple of years ago. At that stage, a habitats assessment was done. However, it was considered prudent just to review that as part of the assessment of the reserve matters. That is the first item for you to consider in relation to this application. If I just quickly remind ourselves of the site, an aerial photograph, a sort of paddock site to the rear of a bungalow on the south side of Cheddar Road, and in slightly more detail there, a vacant site. There are just really two principal structures on it, the bungalow and a garage building at the front corner of the site. There have been historically some sort of very dilapidated garden structures at the back. But this was a site that has been the subject to the habitats assessment. To remind ourselves why we need to do this, we are the competent authority under the regulations, and we have to undertake the appropriate assessment to confirm whether or not there will be a significant effect on a European site. For this purposes, this exercise, this is the impact on bats, and this is the TOLS, or test of likely significant effect. As I said, a TOLS was carried out at outline stage by the County Council's ecologists on our behalf. We've really essentially done that again to make sure that the conclusions from the outline stage remain the same. That was that at that stage it was that, subject to the conditions that were recommended at that stage, the development would not have a significant effect. Those conditions were imposed on the outline and obviously bite on the permission when implemented. And the conclusion now, as it was earlier, is that the development would not have a significant effect on the North Somerset and Mendip Bats Special Area of Conservation. So provided certain hedgerows and trees are retained during construction, the hedgerows are enhanced and maintained and obviously protected during the construction phase and subject to lighting conditions to control the site, then the site, it is concluded, can be managed with favourably with regard to bats. And on that basis, it is felt that those areas of concern were conditioned at outline stage. We've consulted and reconsulted with Natural England. They have confirmed that the judgment, that they are in agreement with the judgment that there is a low likelihood of any significant foraging loss, and given that the scheme has not significantly changed in outline, they have no objection. So the recommendation is that we accept the findings of the tolls.
Thank you very much. Members, any comments or questions on the Habitats Regulations Assessment? I've got Councillor Stuart Kingham. Councillor Kingham.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chairman. Obviously, we've had a number of applications within this area, and we've gone through HRA on most of the sites. It seems very familiar. Didn't realise there were so many bats in the Cheddar area, but going through the document, I'm happy to recommend approval.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Grimes and then Councillor Murphy. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Happy to second that.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chairman. The only thing I would raise once again is item 17. It refers once again to the use of red lights in that area. And if you recall, I presented to this committee a report from the internet, which was in fact made by Somerset County Council in conjunction with the lighting, the Institute of Lighting Engineers, now known as Institute of Lighting Professionals, that red lights kill bats. There was some talk about something, I think, in Gloucester, where Crossroads were using red lights because Philips Lighting were trying to experiment with red lights. But that is unproven that red lights are handy for bats. They actually make bats think it's dark, and if they're mounted on poles, the bats run into the poles. And that's the principle of that's the outline of the gist of the thing that red lights kill bats. It's actually the poles that kill bats. So I wanted just to raise this again because I'm fed up. I spent some time researching this at the time. I raised it, and it was said that this would be passed subject to conditions of lighting being approved. Well, here we are with the red lights being raised again, and I'd just like to put this to Mr. Noon to say, may you like to comment? Would you like to comment, Adrian?
Mr. Noon?
Yes, unfortunately, this was one of the comments are essentially from the outline stage. I cannot recall off the top of my head whether or not we pick that up at outline stage and change that condition, but the condition is what it is on the outline permission. We are fully aware, as is our ecologist, of the changing viewpoint position regarding red lights, and when they come to discharge that condition, that your concerns will be at the forefront of our minds on that. So yes, we will pick that up. It's an old toss, I'm afraid. The findings were a couple of years old now. Those conditions were imposed, but we will work around them, the wording of the conditions. We are aware that any new conditions imposed need to avoid the red light issue.
Mr. Howlett.
Thank you.
Bear with me one moment, Councillor. Mr. Howlett.
Yes, I was simply going to say, as you can see from the cover report, the actual condition itself doesn't specifically refer to red lighting, and that was the after Councillor Murphy raised it the first time round. So all the conditions since then have been more generic in terms of making sure the ecologist is given the advice when the information, but it doesn't specifically refer to the red light. And we will pick this up separately with Larry, the county ecologist, as well, just to make him aware, I think, of Councillor Murphy's comments and concerns, just so we don't keep repeating this every time we do an AHA. So, yeah, noted. But as Adrian says, the outline didn't specifically refer to red lighting anyway, because I think that was the case that we actually started this discussion on that.
Councillor Murphy?
Thank you. To be fair, I read through the whole report. Reading through the HRA report on bats is quite a task. But when I got to number 17, I was surprised to see the red light again. But I'm assured by what Stuart has just said. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. With response to Councillor Kingham, it's noted that the Mendips are an European's important site for bats. I mean, it's the topography of the area. I guess they like the caves and they like everything. So it's a very important area for bats, and this is why we keep having these HRAs in this area. I do note that condition 3 does say that the lighting is to be approved. So hopefully the red lights won't be on in Axbridge when that comes forward. But if we need a seconder for this report, then I'm quite happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. I think Councillor Grimes beat you to it, but
Right,
thank you.
okay.
So I'm not seeing any other comments or questions from members. So just so that it's clear for everyone what the recommendation is, I will just read it to you. The recommendation is: it is recommended that the Habitats Regulation Assessment Report and associated provisions dated the 14th of May 2020, attached as Appendix 1, be endorsed by the Development Committee as the competent authority. In reaching the decision to agree the Habitats Regulation Assessment, the Council considers that the proposed development would not have an adverse impact on the integrity of a European site. So I will need to come to members in turn for their votes on that particular proposition. So if we start with Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Can see and heard everything that's going on, and I'm for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bolt.
Saw and heard the discussion and for.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Receiving loud and clear, Mr. Chairman, and I'm all for it.
Thank you. Councillor Kingham.
Yes, I've heard and understand it all, and I'm for.
Thank you. Councillor Revens.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've seen and heard the presentation, debate, and my vote is in favour.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. I've seen and heard everything, and I'm voting in favour.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I can see and hear everything, and I'm in favour. Thank you.
Councillor Scott.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I've seen and heard everything, and I'm in favour.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Hello, yeah, I've seen and heard everything, and I abstain.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Yep, seen and heard the whole debate, and I am for.
Councillor Glassford.
Thank you, Chairman. I've seen and heard the presentation, and I'm for.
Thank you. And Councillor Granter.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Seen and heard all the debate.
4 visitor spaces, plus there is the ability to park on the road within the site. There, just for your reference, there is on the site to the east where my cursor is, there is a permission over there for a house on that adjoining plot. So we are aware of that, but essentially we have a good separation from the existing houses around. The nearest houses would be the one immediately to the west on the frontage, and then there's the new house on the east side. And we're happy with that relationship, would be fine. Moving on to the more detailed. Presenting here just some typical elevations. It's essentially they're all rendered houses, various colours of render, detail of which would come. We're also got chimneys on some of the plots, not all of the plots, and we got a mix of slate and tile, but traditional house types that we feel would sit comfortably within the context. So plot 1 and 8, those are the two detached houses. Plot 1 would front out onto the road. Plot 8 is right at the back, and then we have the typical pairs that you would see within the site. Just moving on to some other house types, plots 19 and 20 are the other two that would front the road. So you'd see that with the detached house on the other side of the access road. These are shown in rough cast render. We would be looking to agree the colour. And then obviously similar house types elsewhere within the site. But essentially these 4 house types that I've shown you give you essentially cover the house types within the site. And then just next, some typical floor plans for the detached houses on the left-hand side. Those are 4-bedroom, and on the right-hand side, the typical floor plans of the semi-detached houses, which are 3-bedroom. So moving on to the planting plan. If we remember from the HRA report, there was concern that trees and hedgerows would be retained as part of ensuring that the impact on the bats is minimised to an acceptable level. You can see here we've got substantial areas of trees and hedge retained around the perimeter of the site, with some more ornamental planting shown with the brighter colours, and then the green is sort of the grass and the hedgerows and the trees. We have a small area, a local area of play, a lap down here, which is nicely next to the footpath that would lead to the public footpath running down the east side of the site. So in terms of permeability through the site and making use of that public footpath, we are happy with that. In terms of the landscaping and the planting, that deals with both issues that we're looking at here. Firstly, that the bats would be safeguarded foraging habitat, and also that we would have a pleasant green landscaped development. And from both points of view, we are happy with that. Just moving on to some site photographs. So starting out on the road, looking to the Cheddar direction, the site frontage is that behind the hedge. Neighbouring property there. I think that goes as part of the development next door to get access into the site. And then just panning the camera across the frontage. You can see there is the bungalow tucked in behind a bit of an overgrown hedge. And then the Harris fencing, I understand, has been up for some time to secure the site. And then just looking at the garage, that also is to be demolished as part of the scheme. And then just to the right there, you can see in the cream colour with the slate roof, that is the side of the rectory next door. Next slide, just give you a flavour of looking west back towards Axbridge itself. And the rectory is here You can see it's a substantial detached building behind the garage. And you can see here, there's the footpath going down to the side of the site. Just some more detail coming up. The garage from within the site. A little bit more clarity on the bungalow itself. Very small, modest bungalow. Understand it historically had some sort of market garden activity associated with it, but now vacant and sort of overgrown. Not considered. Yeah, we accepted the loss of this at the outline stage. It wasn't felt to be a property of great character worthy of retention. Just coming up now, some views in and around the site. This is looking down. That's the old rectory on the right, and the bungalow on the left. Just looking down there, you can see in there are some of these sort of ramshackle old outbuildings that are dotted around the site. And then the next photographs are from the outline application. We confirmed with the agent there have been no fundamental changes on site. Nothing has occurred there. It is probably more overgrown than this now. But there, just looking south, it is, as you can see, it's a rough paddock with a good surround of trees and hedges, which are important to be kept as part of the Tulse. And just coming up, some context photographs looking north. So you can see the property. There's the rectory building there, the little garage properties opposite, and then the back of the bungalow. And you'll see there's the remains of a polytunnel that was on site at this stage. And panning the camera just to look at the east, substantial hedge that needs to be retained, and again some of these little outbuildings. And then just a bit more detail on the west boundary. Again, you can see very overgrown, other little buildings dotted around, and then there's the back of the garage in the top right hand corner. And then the bottom two pictures, that breeze block wall is the boundary with the rectory next door. And then just to show that footpath running down the boundaries, clearly it is being used at this stage. I mean, except these photographs are 2 years older, but we're not seeing that there's any conflict with the proposal that would in any way adversely impact on the users of this footpath. And then the final photographs, just sweeping around the site, looking south from first one on the left-hand side, which is just behind the bungalow, looking south down the full length of the plot, and then just that final view of the back of the bungalow. So, to sum up, we are now, having established the principle of the development with the grant of the outline permission, we are looking only at the reserve matters. So in terms of those, we're looking at the design and character with the visual impact. The proposed house types, the 20 of them, so there are 18 semi-detached properties and 2 detached properties. The design and detailing of those are felt to be appropriate and to the context, and would sit well in the gap between what will be a new building next door and the rectory on the west side. The visual impact, yes, clearly that will change. This will be 20 houses. It will extend back in some depth from the road, but we have accepted in principle that that is not an objectionable development on this site. Now that we see the detail with the road running down the middle, the houses arranged either side of that, we've considered that is a reasonable layout that would respect the character and safeguard the visual amenities of the area. In terms of the living conditions, amenity impacts, each house would have a reasonable sized garden. Each house would have off-street parking, and in that respect, the amenity, the living conditions of future occupiers would afford them a good standard of amenity. No identified adverse impacts or unacceptable impacts on the surrounding properties. The site has a fairly comfortable relationship with the dwellings either side, and it's not felt that the development would have any adverse impact on the living conditions of the neighbours. In terms of highways and parking, the parking standards, firstly, yes, there is some local concern on that. And we do acknowledge that the parking standards are less than the county's standards. County standards, I think, would be 57 altogether. We're looking at 42 plus 4 visitor spaces as dedicated. We acknowledge that is slightly less than the county standards. However, the county have commented in detail.
Could I just ask you to pause for a minute? I've just been contacted by, I think it's Councillor Revans, who's briefly going to have to leave us and rejoin us. His Skype has frozen, so he's heard the presentation to date, but he just literally needs to leave the room and come back in. So if you can just bear with us for 2 minutes while we let Councillor Revans do that, and if Councillor Revans can let us know when he's back in. Councillor Revans, are you back with us okay?
Yes, I am.
And just to confirm, you to date you've been with us right the way through, but you're.
I've heard everything, but my screen froze, so I was unable to see all of the presentation, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Noon. If you'd like to carry on.
Yep. Thank you. Just so on the parking issue, whilst we are light on off-street dedicated parking spaces for the dwellings, we do acknowledge that within the development, the cul-de-sac arrangement, there is the opportunity for any overspill parking to go onto the road. The County Highway Authority have looked and commented in detail on this one and do not raise an objection. On that basis, we do not think that this is one that that we need to insist on the exact standards. There is an optimum level of parking which is referred to in the parking standards. We are entitled to depart from that if we feel there would be no adverse impacts of doing so. And in this case, the layout of the development is such that the cars would be accommodated within the development. And a lot of concerns would often stem from fears of driver behaviour who may choose not to use their parking spaces. And we can't ever legislate for that. So that is our position on the parking. The highways arrangements within the site is acceptable to the County Highway Authority in terms of the servicing arrangements for vehicles that would need to go in there, refuse collection and deliveries and so on and so forth, and the outline agreed the point of access. In terms of other matters, we are satisfied that the right-of-way running down the east side of the site would not be adversely affected, or the convenience of users of that right-of-way affected. It does link well to the development site via a path next to the area of public open space, which is a policy requirement of a scheme of more than 8 dwellings that the applicant has provided for at the bottom end of the site. In terms of affordable housing, there is a concern locally from the town council and from Cheddar Council as well, parish council, that there are no one-bedroom units here. Our housing officers have been involved with this one. They are satisfied that there is no pressing demand for one-bedroom units, and the affordable housing component that was agreed at outline stage does not require one-bedroom units to be provided. This site is likely to over-provide affordable housing, and again, our affordable housing officers have worked with the applicant on this one, and they are satisfied that there is no need from that other component that would normally would have gone off as open market, but in this case it's also going to be affordable. They are satisfied that there was no need to insist on any of that being delivered as a one-bedroom, and they are confident that the mix of housing proposed here would meet local needs in terms of affordable housing provision. So unfortunately for the town and parish councils, we're unable to support them on that point. And finally, ecology, as you have noted, we have rerun the habitats assessment and the TOLS, and have concluded that the layout that we have before us would achieve the safeguarding measures that were required at outline stage and our conditions. So accordingly, on that basis, our recommendation is that these reserve matters are approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You'll see we have a speaker present on this application, Matt Frost. Mrs. Nicholson, if you could enable the speaker's microphone, and Mr. Frost, if you could just confirm that it's working for us. Mr. Frost?
Yes.
Terrific.
Sorry, I didn't realise I've been muted. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear, Chairman.
That's terrific. Just to remind you, you've got the 3 minutes to address the committee, and I will let you know when there's 1 minute of that time left to go, and start when you're ready, please.
Thank you, Chair. Members, my name's Matt Frost. I'm the agent for this application. Members, it's important to remember that Outline Planning Permission has already been granted for 20 houses on this site and for the vehicular access from Cheddar Road. And the purpose of this Reserve Matters application is only to determine the appearance, the landscaping, the layout, and the scale of those 20 houses. Now, the application before you today is the result of many months of negotiations with your offices, during which a number of issues have been addressed, including the internal highways layout, parking, the provision of on-site open space, and provision of renewable energy via solar panels. And as a result, as you've heard, your offices recommend approval, and there are no objections raised by any statutory technical consultees on grounds that relate to the reserve matters. Unfortunately, Cheddar Parish Council has maintained its objection on the grounds of overdevelopment and insufficient parking. And in response, I would remind members that this site already has planning permission for 20 dwellings, and the County Highway Authority are satisfied that the proposal meets the requirements of its parking strategy. And as you've just heard from Mr. Noon, members, I would stress that those parking standards, that they are optimum, they are not minimum. Whilst we have addressed the majority of the concerns that have been raised by Axbridge Town Council, they unfortunately continue to object, as you've heard, because of the affordable housing mix not containing any one-bedroom dwellings. Now, as you've heard from your officers, and as is in your report, members, the applicant Stonewater is a registered provider of affordable housing, and they intend to deliver all 20 dwellings as affordable homes. And this far exceeds the usual 35% policy requirement and will make a very valuable contribution indeed towards meeting local housing needs. And Stonewater has also agreed a local lettings policy with your housing officers.
You have 1 minute to go.
Thank you, Chairman. With your housing officers who fully support the application. And also, members, as you've just heard from your planning officer, the affordable housing mix is a matter that's already addressed by the legal agreement that was completed at the outline planning stage. It's essentially not a reserve matter to be considered by this application. But notwithstanding that, and as is set out in your report, your officers consider that there was already a good supply of one-bedroom affordable rented units in Axbridge. And I would also point out, Chairman, that the Home Finder Housing Register currently records the highest level of housing need in Axbridge as being for two-bedroom homes. So just to conclude, Chairman, the approval of this Reserve Matters application would be a really big step forward towards the delivery of this important affordable housing project, and I therefore hope that members can support the officer's recommendation and grant the approval of the Reserve Matters today, and I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman.
Right, I have a number of councillors who've indicated that they wish to raise questions or make comments. So we have Councillor Granter, Councillor Kingham and Councillor Scott. So if we start with Councillor Granter.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. This site looks a really very pleasant development. And we had the added bonus in 2018 on outline granting permission. We only had 30% of affordable housing. Now, 2020, we have all 20 dwellings that is going to be affordable, and it's in my opinion, it's a great mix of housing. I think it's a marvellous development. I see nothing wrong with it whatsoever. And before we go on and have a debate on this, and other people have different views, I would like to put forward the officer's recommendation on this one, because I'm very pleased with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Just confirm you're proposing the officer's recommendation.
I am, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Kingham.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'm in to say we've already been approved the actual development. We're just approving the detail. It's good to see that we have some chimneys. It always makes it look more rural when you have chimneys. It's a shame they haven't all got chimneys. Obviously, from the photographs that Mr. Moon was showing from 2 years ago regarding the outline hedges, will there be some condition on how these hedges are maintained? Because obviously they're probably well overgrown now and need to be maintained back to a more regular size. So will there be conditions on how that is done and how they're looked after in the future? Thanks.
Mr. Noon.
Yes, I need to look at the actual detail, but it was a matter that was a condition recommended by the TOLS, the Habitats Assessment. So that was on outline, and that would have picked that up there.
Thank you. Councillor Kingham.
Yeah, I mean, so on that, yeah, I'm happy, and I would go along and second the recommendation from Councillor Granter.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to say that I'm very happy with this application, actually. Having all affordable houses is a real bonus for Axbridge. But I'm not clear if they're going to be all rented or a mix of shared ownership. I don't know if the planning officer would know that. And also I note that there's going to be a local letting policy, which is very important. The 4-bedroom, 1-bedroom flats, or houses, there are 1-bedroom houses available in Axbridge for rent. I know that. So I don't think that is a particular issue. I welcome the sustainability with having the solar panels on the roofs. I don't know whether it was mentioned by the council actually about electric charging points, and I'm not sure whether that's something we can add as a condition. And I'd also, if we could add any conditions, I'd also like to include water butts. The county highways are satisfied about the on the parking there, and I guess the town council are a bit unhappy about parking outside, but I guess yellow lines could be included in the future if necessary. Happy with the ecology, and I note the HRA conditions with the boundary hedges, but I understand in the report there may be some trees that would be felled. I don't know if the planning officer would confirm if all the trees are going to be retained or whether there will be some felled, because I don't think the HRA actually wanted any to be removed. The LFA have concerns to be addressed at the condition stage, and I'm not quite sure when the condition stage is. Perhaps the officer would confirm. If I may have answers to that, would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Noon. There's a number of questions there, if you can address those.
Thank you. The condition discharge for surface water drainage is normally prior to commencement. I don't have the condition in front of me immediately, but that would normally be it, simply because before you start digging up the site and changing your levels, you need to know where the water is going. So it is conditioned. It would usually require compliance with prior to occupation. So normally, as I say, we get those details prior to commencement or very soon after, if we've said prior to sort of works above finished floor levels. The electric car charging point, we haven't insisted on these yet on this scheme. That is something that on schemes such as this is not impossible for users of electric cars to retrofit to their as required. As you can see from the layout drawing, nearly all these properties are immediately next to their parking spaces. So retrofitting, compared to some layouts, would be relatively straightforward for owners of electric cars. In terms of the tenure, we got nothing, no firm detail on that. Normally that is something that is agreed through the Section 106 when they discharge that. Now obviously in this case that only refers to the 30% that is affordable. We believe it's likely to be a mix of rent and shared ownership, but there's no mechanism to control that. So that, apart from, within the 30% that are covered by the Section 106 agreement. So the remainder of the development will be up to the provider to choose how to provide that. But if members are saying that that is an issue, we can certainly take that up with our affordable housing officers because they have a degree of control over the 30% that's covered by the agreement.
Councillor Scott?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, that would be useful, I think, because I know a few people have expressed, their interest in renting these properties, and also some would like shared ownership. So if it could be established, that would be a bonus, I think, for this development. And also about the drainage, because it's above the 25-metre contour, the local drainage board hasn't been consulted on it. But all the water from this development, the surface water from the roofs and from the drains, would actually go into a stream called Elling Stream, which is about 100 metres away from the development. This stream also takes the overflow from the reservoir. We've got a very large reservoir just down the road from there, we're in flood times. And if all this water, if it's not controlled by the use of suds coming off of this development, it could actually jeopardise about 10 properties further downstream that may flood. That's my concern, is that we should have some kind of SUD agreement with them at one stage or another. Thank you.
Mr. Noon, any information on the drainage system?
Yes, if I could hopefully clarify that. I mean, it is a matter that is subject to condition on the outline. Looking at the layout here, I would suggest it would be a mix of soakaways for probably the roof water from the houses, subject to groundwater conditions. But I suspect the surface water from the parking and roads, if not being dealt with by permeable paving, possibly in the parking areas, there will probably be an attenuated system such that any discharge to an adjoining watercourse is attenuated and controlled and limited back to the greenfield rate. That would be the normal position on something like this. The LLFA will look at that in detail, and they are very hot on those issues. Just clarifications I'm getting through here. On your other point, which I missed, apologies, tree removal. There are a few trees being removed from the southwest corner. On this drawing, I don't know how well it's presenting at your end, but there's a couple of dotted lines down along here. But that's the limit of it. As you can see, there are trees around the rest of the site. So most trees are being retained, and that was all very much inputting into the ecology strategy. I'm just also, if I could find it a moment, I'm just trying to get some clarification on the tenure. Right, I have getting messages here. The mix is likely to be a 10 affordable rent and 10 shared ownership from my affordable housing colleague. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anything further to that? Councillor Scott?
No, I think that's fine. That's covered everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
With that. Thank you.
Councillor Evans.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My apologies, Mr. Noon, for disrupting your presentation earlier. What I was trying to do was to move the Skype window onto a larger screen so I could answer the question for myself, which was about policy D34, about play areas on this site. I think I can see an open a small open space, but the writing is so blurred on the presentation, I'm not convinced it is. I assume your mouse is now clicking on the area that we're looking for. Can you just confirm that is indeed a lap for me, please?
Mr. Noon?
It is yes, it is an area of open space of a size that would, meet the requirements. As a lap, it's very informal in terms of what play it would provide within it. It's just to facilitate play, and we're happy that an area of open space would do that in this context.
Councillor Evans?
Yeah, thank you. I'm content with that. If local residents wanted to enhance that, I'm sure the town council will be very supportive or something.
Thank you. Councillor Kingham?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'm just coming back to the hedges, I'm afraid. I noticed there's removal of trees. There's some to be removed at the entrance, but there's a lot of crows flying around this site on this report. But I can't find where it has any conditions regarding. It does state that no hedgerow is to be lost, but anything to do with a condition on maintaining them. But maybe Mr. Noon can let me know later regarding that. Thank you.
Mr. Noon?
Just bringing across to my presenting screen the habitats assessment. Yeah, so we've got condition 2 that was suggested. That is on the, I believe, more or less in those words on the outline. We got existing hedgerows to the east, south and west boundaries shall be maintained and enhanced to produce a continuous corridor in accordance with a schedule of supplementary planting and details of its future management. So through the discharge of that condition, which is on the outline, we would be able to ensure that the ecology issues are dealt with. And sorry, flashing very quickly through there to the planting plan. Hopefully that's come up at your end. We have the darker green showing the retained hedges, and then the green areas of gardens within which are the trees shown. So that has been looked at by the ecologist, and he is happy that these reserve matters would deliver what was expected at outline stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before I come back to members, I've got Mr. Howlett indicating.
It was simply, Chairman, to say that condition 14 of the outline does actually replicate the wording that Adrian has said. I was going to give that, but Adrian's just given it from the HRA anyway. But it is condition 14 on the outline.
Terrific, thank you. I'm not seeing any further comments or questions from members at the moment, so we have had a recommendation to grant permission proposed by Councillor Grant, as seconded by Councillor Kingham. So if we move to asking members for their vote, please, and we'll start this time with Councillor Hendry.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman. I'm quite happy. I have seen and heard everything in the presentation, quite happy with it, and I'm happy to go along with it. Yes, fine. Thank you.
So just to confirm, you're voting for the proposition that's been moved?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scott?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I can confirm that I've seen and heard the whole presentation, and I'm for the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gibson?
Hello. Yeah, I haven't seen or heard all of the presentations, so I haven't.
Okay, in which case we will record you as absent. Councillor Pearce?
Yep, thank you, Chairman. I have seen and heard the whole presentation, and I am for the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Glassford?
Thank you, Chairman. I've seen and heard the presentation. I am for the application.
Thank you. Councillor Granter?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I've seen and heard the presentation, and I am for the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes?
Thank you, Chairman. I've seen and heard all the presentation, and I'm for.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt?
Yes, present throughout the whole application, heard all of the debate, and for the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford?
Mr. Chairman, I've seen it all loud and clear, and I'm for the application.
Councillor Kingham.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, I've seen and heard all the application, and I'm for.
Thank you. Councillor Revens.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I heard all of the presentation. I missed some of the slides, which I believe just had photographs of the site from the application from 2 years ago. I'm in favour of the application. I feel confident that I can vote on it.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Murphy.
Mr. Chairman, I've seen and heard all of the presentation, and I'm for.
Thank you. And likewise, I've also been present and heard all the presentation and the debate, and I'm for the resolution to grant permission. So again, Mr. Nicholson, if you could just confirm the vote, please.
Thank you, Chairman. There are 12 in favour of the proposition and 1 that was absent.
Thank you very much. So that is clearly carried, so permission is granted. Members, I'm going to suggest that we take a short 5-minute comfort break at this point, because there are a substantial number of members of the public who need to leave the meeting and others that need to be welcomed into the meeting by our officers. So if you can just bear with us for 5 minutes, and we will then restart at 2:55. Right. Mr. Taylor, are you able just to confirm that we have all the members of the public who need to be present for us this afternoon?
That's right, Chairman. I can confirm that.
Thank you very much. What I will do is just to make sure that we have the members of the committee present and we haven't lost anyone in transition. We'll just quickly run around the meeting to check everyone's here who should be. Councillor Grimes, are you present?
Yes, Chairman. I can see and hear you.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt?
All present.
Councillor Bradford? Councillor Bradford?
Sorry, loud and clear, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Kingham?
Present and hearing you.
Councillor Evans?
Good afternoon. I'm present, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy? Is Councillor Murphy present?
I'm present, Chair. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you. Councillor Hendry?
I'm here, Chairman. I can see and hear you. Thank you.
Councillor Scott? Mrs. Nicholson, has Councillor Scott left the meeting because of her declaration?
Yes, Chairman, she has.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson?
Yeah, here. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Pearce?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Glassford? Councillor Glassford? Okay, we'll come back to Councillor Glassford. Councillor Granter?
Yes, present, Chairman.
Thank you. And I'm present and able to hear members. And if we can just confirm whether Councillor Glassford is here. He's showing up as in the meeting, but obviously we're not hearing back from him.
Yes, Chairman, present.
Terrific. Thank you, Councillor Glassford. So that's all members present who can be for this application. So this application is in Compton Bishop. We're on page 60 of your report. And Mr. Noon, can you introduce this one for us, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Hopefully my title screen is presenting. There's an application for a gas-powered generation facility with associated infrastructure. The purpose of this is to provide electricity to the grid at times when the grid is under stress and needs additional power generation to balance out supply. It is suggested that this should be for a temporary period of 25 years. Just quick couple of updates, if I may. Firstly, I have received an email from Councillor Godwin Pearson, SDC Councillor for the Axvale Ward, who has written just to advise that he opposes the development in this location on the outskirts of Axbridge. In his opinion, such a development would be a tremendous eyesore on the landscape, visible from the AONB, regardless of any screening measures, and clearly detrimental to the natural environment. He goes on to say that Axbridge is a small medieval town and the site is simply not appropriate for power generation, and he concurs with the Town Council's assessment of the scheme. I've also just been asked to clarify with our environmental health officers, condition number 6 refers to noise limits being 2 decibels below background noise levels. I'll just ask the environmental health officer just to explain why it's below. Normally it's no more. We normally express these things as no more than X above background. But he says generally this is predicted from the manufacturer's sound power specification for the plant. So we look at the specifications of the equipment to be installed, and then we calculate at a given distance, i.e. the nearest residential property. And he goes on to say that it's quite common these days to specify levels below background levels for fixed plant and machinery, as some can emit tonal noise which can be audible through the background. So I think what he's saying here is you hear this through the background noise, that's the potential, rather than above the background. So hence we put this as below background level in the condition. So it is a technical exercise, but he is confident that the drafting of condition 6 is such, it does reflect best practice and is enforceable. Just to move on to the detail. Aerial photograph to show the farm. We have a number of poultry units down at the bottom end of the farmyard. The farm lane, Prowse's Lane, runs down through the site. The boundary between Axbridge and Compton Bishop is essentially the lane. The proposal is for the generation equipment to go in on the west side of this unit, and then because of the location in the floodplain, they need to do some flood mitigation measures, which is essentially providing some replacement storage, flood storage area, which is proposed on the opposite side of the lane. So just to move into slightly more detail, just to remind ourselves that the recent approval for a number 50-odd dwellings, I think that was just before Christmas, was in this area here. These two fields here and here, those would then become the nearest dwellings to the site. Their permission has been taken into account in the assessment of the application. And then just sort of wider context, so we can see where they are concerned about the impact of the development. Obviously, from properties over at Cross, there are views across the very level ground here between the A38 and the site. The AONB up on the high ground to the north, there would be views of the site. Then obviously from Prowse's Lane and footpath network around Axbridge, there were views towards the site. The proposal, let's go on to the next slide, just gives, with the benefit of a red line, hopefully that is visible at your end, but it shows here the site for the equipment on the west side of the barns and the attenuation pond. Sorry, apologies, slide just jumped. The attenuation, not attenuation, the mitigation flood storage area over on the east side of Prowse's Lane. So just to give you the overview of the scheme, we have a number of pieces of equipment that would be sited within a building, so a building of agricultural appearance, similar height to the adjoining poultry building, within which would be these 3 generator units, various little bits and bobs of associated infrastructure. They would all be contained within the building, and then outside the building we have some more infrastructure bits here as a control room and a sort of an operations room for the operator. Just in more detail, the generators themselves are essentially the sort of scale of a lorry body. They are capable of being sited outside of a building with a flue sort of, on top. They are sort of 3 identical units. We've got a pair of transformers just next door to them here and here. 2 little storage areas just for associated equipment here and here. We've got a small room for sort of with convenience as a sink and a toilet in here, just for yes, any staff who are attending any incidents at the site. It's essentially an automated site, so and hence a very small room just for anyone who is there doing maintenance or other tasks. We've got a pair of oil tanks here, just simply for operational reasons. And you can just, I don't know if you can see there, just got the dotted outline of the building containing that, which would be seen then up against the big building behind it. Then in the open, we've got a distribution network operators room. So just again, a sort of function, a room within which sort of various tasks can be carried out here. We've got the switchgear in this larger structure here. That is sort of the control side of things, and then there's just a gas skid here, which is part of the infrastructure of picking up the gas and transferring it into the generators. And then you can just see the access track coming in round the southern end of this big poultry unit here, and then sharing the main access with the poultry units up onto the main road. From that point of view, the access arrangements are already in place. They don't need to be conditioned, as was suggested by the highways officer. It's an existing arrangement which serves all the large vehicles associated with the poultry farm. Apart from the construction phase of this scheme, once it's up and running for 25 years, it would be operational maintenance. That would be very limited site visits in smaller vehicles. Some elevation drawings. So from the west, there is the building there, a bit like a Dutch barn, open-sided, with a roof line slightly higher for operational reasons. Obviously, these things have to have flues which need to go to a certain height, but slightly higher than the poultry farm. But the poultry farm, very much a bigger structure, extending considerably either side of this new building. And then you can see within the building, the generators 1, 2, and 3. There's the transformer just under the building there. And then over here, we've got the switchgear, the operational stuff, and then the operations room in that little building there. Both seen very much sort of lower and smaller than the chicken building behind it. The flues themselves, they need to be a certain height above the generators themselves. But with the ridgeline there, they are clear enough. For environmental health reasons, for dispersal of any fumes, exhaust fumes, they need to be at least 200 millimetres above the ridgeline so that the exhaust disperses. The drawing shows that is, that they've got the headroom to do that and wouldn't need to be any taller than this to meet the requirements of the environmental health officer. And moving on just to the scale, looking just from the northern end, as you can see, it is higher than this chicken poultry unit immediately next door. But of course there are the others just out of shot here and not shown on the drawing. So there's bearing in mind on the east side of this unit, there is a substantial poultry farm. And this on the west side would essentially screen it. The operational content of it would be screened from views from the east by those poultry buildings. Views from above from the AONB would essentially see the roof within a roofscape of the buildings of the poultry farm. The stuff that's in the open area is at the southern end and would essentially be hidden in most views by either the poultry building or the building that is going to enclose the generator units. So just moving on now to some of the operational stuff. The typical generator, that I think is much benefited from being inside a building. Not a very functional, capable of operating in the open air, but in this instance, I think we do the development a great favour by enclosing it within a building, so that views from the west would see it in the open sided building, but from all other views it would be screened either by its roof or by the poultry building. And even in views from the west, you'd have to bear in mind there's a substantial poultry building immediately behind this, so I think it would be quite difficult at a distance to discern the silhouette of it within the building. And then the other operational stuff, the switch room, which is essentially something akin to a lorry body, containing a lot of functional operational equipment. Oil tanks, again, fairly simple. They're self-explanatory, and a transformer, a bit of operational, just to get the electricity at the right phase, or whatever the correct technical term is to be added to the grid. And then you've got the distribution network operators room. Again, that sort of serves a control function. And then this is for operational gas skid. This is in connection with the gas being taken from the main and added and fed into the generators. Because the application site is within an area of flood risk, flood zone 3, the site needs to be raised up such that it is above the likely flood levels. That essentially means bringing it up level with the chicken farms, no higher, but to the same level as the chicken farm buildings. Obviously, by building it up, you lose a modest area of flood water storage. That needs to be compensated for, and that is done by essentially shown a cross section through the compensation area here, essentially by digging out a hollow on the opposite side of Prowse's Lane. Just simply so that when there is a flood, the net flood water storage is the same before and after development. That is important because obviously as a development in flood zone 3, it needs to pass both the sequential and exceptions tests. The sequential tests needs to look at whether or not there is anywhere else this could go. We have accepted that this is part of national infrastructure. It is part of the grid's response to changing electricity generation and changing electricity demand. Inevitable consequence of certain types of renewables is that when the sun doesn't shine or the wind doesn't blow, there can be an imbalance between demand and supply. The grid requires installations such as this that can be switched on and go up to full generation power within a few tens of seconds to prevent blackouts. These gas generation, typically elsewhere they can be diesel generators, have increasingly become an accepted part of the national infrastructure. From that point of view, we accept that addresses the sequential test. We have, additionally, what addresses the sequential test in flood zone issues. It is something that can go into a flood zone 3. We've also challenged the developer to say, well, hang on a moment, are there any other places where an installation such as this could go? This requires a connection to the national grid so the electricity can be fed in. It also, because they're using gas, they need a connection point to the gas mains network. There are very few of those in the area. We've asked them to search within a 50-kilometre area, and we have accepted that this is the only available point where they have both of these connection points. So we've challenged them very robustly to justify this site selection, and we feel that they meet the sequential test. Having passed the sequential test, the exceptions test from a flood risk point of view is, can the development be made safe from flooding? Yes, it can by raising the levels of the site. Does that have any knock-on effects? Yes, it does. It diminishes flood storage. Can that be compensated for? Yes, it can, on site by the lowering of ground levels on the other side of Prowse's Lane. From that point of view, we have considered that the flood issues have been adequately addressed and the Environment Agency does not raise an objection. To look at the photographs of the site, a view from Hallgate Way, there is the poultry farm. The proposal would be on the far side of that complex of buildings. Moving round to the footpath from Hallgate Way, is it Law Lane? Sorry, Hallgate Way, going along towards Prowse's Lane, the view changes slightly. You can see there's, we are looking at a site in behind the far side of these buildings over here. And then coming down to the bottom of the site, as you can see, there is a certain amount of operational traffic associated with the poultry farm. That is that long building running north-south. Our site is in behind there. And then standing behind that lorry, looking up along that poultry building, and you can see there's that group of new houses built up on the road coming off the A38, and then panning the camera around to more to the west. You can see clearly there's a view directly over to the properties across and obviously up to here. And then obviously on the high ground is the AONB. And then stood up at next to the entrance, that which is the access track is running down behind the hedge on the right hand side here. There's the farmhouse, and our site is in behind these trees here. So you would, from this angle, we would see a little bit of it over to the right hand side of the building group there. Okay, in terms of the key issues, clearly principle is a fundamental issue here. Has the applicant demonstrated a credible case for this type of infrastructure in this location being one at flood risk? They have, in my view, they have justified both in terms of the sequential and exception tests with regard to flood risk and in terms of alternative sites for a piece of national infrastructure such as this. From that point of view, I think they have made a reasonable case for this location. I am aware there is a concern that we are using gas, which is undeniably a fossil fuel to generate power. I would point out, however, that this is part of the mix of current part of the mix as we move from the old way of generating power to the more renewable focused way of doing it. There is a case has been made that these standby facilities are needed. Whilst battery technology is emerging and may in time come to meet this sort of standby need, it is not there at this point. And there's nothing in the national policy framework that says gas powered, which I would argue is a cleaner form of fossil fuel based power generation. I would argue that it's as clean, it's reduced carbon compared to a diesel generator. I think in this instance, the proposal to have a standby plant which would run not for permanent power generations, but only at times of need, it is a reasonable response to the demands of the national grid. So from that point of view, I think gas power is an appropriate solution to this particular issue of standby power generation. So as I said, flood risk, they have addressed that. In terms of the visual impact, I think the container containing the main parts of this proposal within the building is a great step forward, and that's overcome a number of concerns from earlier attempts to get permission here. I accept that that would be visible from the AONB and from views from the west from Cross. However, I think the view down from the AONB would principally see the roof as the new element. That would read logically as part of this group of farm buildings, and would not appear as anything overly industrial in the landscape. And as such, I think they have reasonably mitigated the visual impact and can do a bit more through the landscaping that we're suggesting by condition. In terms of the impact on the neighbours, yes, there is a degree of local concern about noise and fumes. The burning of gas, yes, is going to create some exhaust fumes. That's undeniable. However, it is the cleanest exhaust fumes that you are likely to get. Many of us burn gas in our homes with flues outside our houses, and I think the environmental health officer has looked at this. They do not see that the fumes would be of any undue concern here. The noise is potentially an issue. Yes, when these things run, there will be a noise, but the environmental health officer, has considered the siting with the intervening poultry farm between the installation and the nearest dwellings, the containing of the generators within the a building, the attenuating effects of the distance, and given the nature of the equipment they will be using, is satisfied that subject to the conditions that are recommended as part of the report, there would be no undue impact on anyone's living conditions. In terms of highways, it's using an existing access. Yes, the construction phase would see the bringing in of some substantial pieces of equipment. However, that access does serve the chicken farm, and you can see in one of the photos that large lorries are using it already. I think that construction phase can be safely accommodated on that access road, and the long-term operation for the 25 years that have been requested would not put any undue strain on the highway network. Finally, no ecological issues have been identified as part of the assessment of the application, and on that basis, subject to the conditions in the report, the application is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, you'll see that we have a number of members of the public and councillors wanting to speak on this application. So the first on the list is, I think it's Andy Corp from the Town Council at Axbridge. Mr. Nicholson, if you could enable the microphone for the speaker. And if that's terrific, so that's obviously working. So Mr. Corp, just to confirm that we will be allowing you 3 minutes to address the committee, and you will be told when there's 1 minute of that time left to go. So start whenever you're ready to go.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm Andy Corp, and I'm on Axbridge Town Council and responding on behalf of the council. As you may know from the correspondence on this case, Axbridge Town Council objects to this proposal out of concern for the impact it will have on our community, the health of our residents, and the natural landscape. Specifically, the Town Council has concerns in relation to the impact this development would have upon the character and appearance of the surrounding environment. These proposals set out inadequate, non-indigenous natural screening of the site which will not address the impact this power station will have on the landscape. The description given of the facility as standby does not align with the operational hours set out in the proposal. There needs to be clarity for those impacted as to whether this is indeed a standby operation or in fact will likely be far more disruptive than the description implies. The Council also has serious concerns around the validity of the data provided within the air quality and noise assessment reports. From our reading, there is little or no consideration of the local topography and prevailing wind directions, which local glider pilots will attest is unique to our part of the district. Despite this, the application contains no wind pattern maps and little consideration for downdraft and wind propagation from the Mendip Hills, which would impact on the dissipation of pollutants from the facility. Local residents are aware from the smell of the neighbouring chicken farm that prevailing winds can push pollutants over a wide area in this town. Furthermore, the plans submitted do not provide details on how power cabling will be linked into existing infrastructure and the impact this would have on other parts of Axbridge, in particular the referenced Moorland Street in the proposal. It appears from the planning documents that Dorset and Somerset Fire Service have not been consulted on this application. You will appreciate this is a significant concern given the purpose and nature of the development. Alongside my previous reference to absence of information on airborne pollution, councillors, you will understand that we do not feel that our concerns for health and safety of Axbridge residents are adequately addressed in this proposal.
1 minute to go.
Finally, I hope that in making your decision you will reflect on concerns raised by ourselves, residents, colleagues in neighbouring councils and the Mendip Society around the appropriateness of an industrial development in the countryside immediately adjacent to the Mendip Hills area of outstanding natural beauty. As you are aware, the impact of COVID-19 in terms of both health and economy will be significant in our community and all communities across the district. Businesses and employees, many of whom are reliant on tourists to visit the Mendip Hills, our town and neighbouring attractions, have spent the last 10 weeks or more unable to work. There will be significant challenges in rebuilding that economy and encouraging visitors to come back and spend money with our local businesses. The rebuilding of that tourist trade will not be aided by decisions which lead to the industrialisation of the countryside and the destruction of the scenic views and habitats which visitors come to see. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, and perfectly timed. Thank you. Mrs. Nicholson, if you could enable the microphone for Councillor Godwin Pearson, please. And Councillor, can you just confirm that your microphone is working?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. So again, just reminding you, as you know, you've got the 3 minutes to address the committee and start when you're ready. I'll give you 1 minute warning when you need it.
Fab. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Chairman. How on earth can we give the go-ahead to a power station on the outskirts of Axbridge? Ripping up yet more countryside for what is a major development. For a start, there's absolutely no benefit to the local communities who are united in their opposition, as you've heard. Do we even need further power generation here, especially a fossil fuel, when we're trying to work to a target of a carbon-free economy at 2030? The assertion that gas backups support a transition to a low-carbon economy is perverse. You can't reduce carbon emissions by adding more. The development contradicts Section 14, Part 150B of the National Planning Policy Framework. But even if it were necessary, the choice of location is twofold: convergence of the gas main and the electricity supply, and a landowner willing to permit development. In other words, convenience and money. And I refuse to believe that there isn't a single location, perhaps on an industrial estate that exists already, with both electricity and gas connections that can be used instead. And on the subject of the location, the Mendip Society said it is inappropriate to construct an industrial complex on agricultural land in countryside immediately adjacent to the Mendip Hills AONB. And I really cannot put it more simply myself. If you haven't been up to the AONB and looked across the levels towards the sea, Brent Knoll, Cheddar Reservoir, then I advise you do. The vista is simply stunning, interrupted by the chicken farm at Townsend and soon to be marred further by the development of Hoolgate Way. To dig up yet another field for industrial development is simply unthinkable, and in my view, in contravention of Section D19 of our local plan, siting that takes account of visibility from public vantage points, protecting and enhancing natural features, and taking account of the predicted long-term impacts of climate change, as well as Section 15, Part 170 of the National Planning Policy Framework, enhancing the natural environment by recognising the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside and the benefits of agricultural land. Does it meet these tests? I don't think it does meet any of these tests. And more locally, the road adjacent to the proposed site is Cross Lane, already dangerous because it's so narrow and due to the lack of a proper footpath along the parallel right-of-way. Residents at this end of Axbridge have to put up with thousands of lorries taking quarried materials to Hinckley. That's before we even think about the air, noise and light pollution and the claim that the development would provide ecological gains, which I dispute. The onus is on us as a local authority to preserve the landscape, not dig it up, to create more space for nature, not less, and the onus will be on us to meet those carbon reduction targets, and it's the wrong time to be adding more fossil fuel facilities, especially destroying the natural landscape to do so. Can we please, for once, leave the countryside alone?
Thank you very much. Our last speaker is Lee Searles. And Mrs. Nicholson, if you could enable the microphone again, please. And if you could just confirm that the microphone is working for me. Is Lee Searles there? Mrs. Nicholson?
Hello?
Ah, is that Lee Searles?
Yes, hi.
Excellent. The microphone is, that's all right. The microphone's working now, so don't worry. Again, just a reminder, you've got the 3 minutes. Start when you're ready to go, please, and I'll give you a 1 minute warning when we get to that point.
Thank you. I think that all I'd say is the role of the sort of facility that's being provided is a backup to renewable power, was explained very clearly in your officer's report, and I hope that is accepted because that is part of the national approach to complementing the provision of renewable power by providing that backup when the renewable power can't meet the demand. It's an inevitable consequence of moving to more renewable power that you need more backup. And these facilities exist in many places around the country. Indeed, urban communities have been accepting these facilities for many years in just the kind of industrial estates that Councillor Pearson referred to. The problem is that most of those locations, most of those grid connections, most of the urban development is taking up the available connections, such that now, when asking the National Grid and asking the DNOs for connections, they're mainly coming up or increasingly coming up in the countryside as well as in the urban areas. So the question is, if we're going to carry on supporting renewable energy, are rural areas, our countryside areas willing to take some of these developments so that that backup can complement the renewable power that's being provided from solar in the main and wind offshore? We have reviewed the alternatives in a 50-kilometre radius from the site to see if there were any alternatives to the site that we've chosen, utilising that grid and gas connection, but there were not any available. So this is where we are. We've worked really hard with your landscape officers and your planning officers to try to provide a development which looks like an agricultural development from the outside, albeit there will be an energy generation going on inside, hopefully standing on the AONB as our photo montages show. It looks like you'll be looking on another agricultural building adjacent to the poultry sheds. I'm hoping that's not too incongruous for the area, given the benefit that will be provided. We are providing landscaping, and it will include biodiversity enhancement as part of that. Now, the air quality and the noise assessments that we've carried out are exactly the same that get carried out where communities are living cheek by jowl next to such facilities in urban areas, and they show that, in effect, the air quality emissions from the plant, when tested on either assuming worst case scenarios, assuming permanent running in some cases, and matched to the hours being applied for, show no impacts on communities. And we've even tried to take account of the traffic on the road. The noise levels from the facility are also very low, lower than in many other areas that we actually normally put these things. So actually, I think the impacts are low. I hope that you can appreciate the
I'm going to have to call time on there for you, but thank you very much for your comments. Thank you. Right, members, I've had a number of members who've indicated they wish to speak on this application. I've got Councillors Hendry, Kingham, Murphy, Revens and Pearce. So if we start with Councillor Hendry.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank the case officer for a very, very well-informed presentation. The purpose of the installation obviously has got its own agenda, but I think it's actually good without having any detail about that at the moment. From the east side, Axbridge, the houses in Axbridge don't really have any view of this because it's already hidden by the buildings in situ. Notwithstanding they're going to build even more houses in the two fields over on the east side, they won't have any view of this at all, nothing. I think I'm right in saying that anyway.
Buildings, will the roof colouring be sort of in keeping with those, or will it be sort of toned with a colour so it sort of matches with the countryside? And at the moment, I'm still in debate whether I will go for it, but I will wait and see what else is said. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Noon, can you address those questions?
Yeah, thank you. I can't comment on the timing or when these would come online following a grant of planning permission. I suspect it might be earlier than Hinckley. But they are looking here at a connection point off Moreland Street, which is to the east. That it would be an undergrounded connection between the site and Morelands, I understand. There's essentially permitted development rights to allow operators to do that anyway. So I think hopefully that sort of answers those, Councillor Kingham's key points there.
Councillor Kingham?
Yes, and the colour of the roofing, etc.
Apologies. Yeah, we are expecting something to match what's there at the moment in terms of roof colours. We'd be expecting sort of moorland agricultural colours. I believe I need to bring up a different screen, and I'm frightened that the wrong screen might disappear. I will check, but I think that is conditioned.
There certainly is a condition 8 relating to colour of materials of the building.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to say I am really concerned about the use of gas. It's certainly not carbon neutral. It's directly against policy D4, Sedgemoor's own policy on renewable energy generation, contrary to local and national policies. Local policies require the use of forms of renewable energy, particularly over the next 25 years as we head more and more into climate change. I noticed that Mr. Noon referred to 25 years as being relatively short term. Well, I don't see that as short term. I think that's quite a long term. And measures which mitigate and reverse the effects of climate change are essential, and this is certainly not one of them. I would like to say a word on generators. There has been no assessment in this report of noise, the hum from generators, or the actual clatter from generators. I can tell you that I'm for 20 odd years, 25 years, 26 years I should say, I've been running events in Manor Gardens. We have gone to enormous lengths to make sure that a diesel generator is on site, which is completely enclosed and hum free, because it just is an irritation. And imagine that 6 hours a day for the next 25 years. I cannot imagine it. The noise from generators can be a source of stress and irritation. The next point is proposed lighting plan is unacceptable to the local authority because of light pollution. It's constantly on as a check. There is no camouflage, inadequate screening. These are only some of the points. A 10-metre high tower being allowed. And lastly, and I have to say I'm absolutely almost beside myself, the site next to this chicken farm. We had all this conversation about the horrific and unacceptable and sometimes excruciating, we'd call it, odours that are being blown by this wind mentioned by the Councillor Graham over the town of Axbridge, which they have to cope with. Then at the time I remember I was speaking to Stuart Hulton at the time, and I said, Mr. Hulton, how do you justify moving 53 houses nearer to the stink of the chicken farm? And here you are at this time even contemplating additional noise, additional stuff going on all the time. How much of the 53 people in these houses got to suffer that we have this? The only thing you've got going for you, and I'm about to finish, is the fact that it's probably the only place within 25 miles, did you say, or was it 50 miles, where you could actually locate gas and electricity together. But I have to say, I think this is very unacceptable to add more noise, more pollution to the people of Axbridge on top of this stinking farm. I'm sorry, you're out of order. This is not acceptable. I cannot vote for this. Thank you.
Mr. Noon.
Thank you. Just a couple of points, I suppose. Policy D4 of the local plan is renewable or low carbon energy and other heat generation projects. I don't claim to be an expert on carbon in that respect, but my understanding is of the fossil fuels, gas is probably the lowest carbon compared to coal or heavy fuel. in a diesel generator. So from that point of view, I don't see that gas generation, being a low carbon source of energy, is fundamentally at odds with policy D4, although that's obviously a judgment that members will need to come to. In terms of lighting, we are suggesting that be controlled. This, as I understand it, would be an automated site. It's unlikely to be lit all the time. It would not need to be. And our experience of solar farms elsewhere, most of the security lighting there works on infrared anyway. But we are suggesting controls. In terms of odours, I mean, I suppose the honest thing to say is, if the chicken farm is that much of a problem, I don't think you'll smell the gas. That's not to detract from the issue. We have looked at this very carefully in terms of the likely fumes or whatever coming out of the flues here. Our environmental health officers have assessed this. This is the third application they've made here. The others got withdrawn. Various issues came up as we culminated in this application. But the constant assessment by my environmental health colleagues have told me that there would not be any undue odours from this installation. It is the cleanest of fossil fuels. It is routinely used, as the agent said, for all sorts of purposes, burning gas in urban areas without problems from that point of view. In terms of noise, these are purpose-designed gas-driven generators. They are not making the same noises as diesel. They are designed to be operated in the open, and as the agent says, these things have been installed in urban areas in very close proximity to residential properties. I think in this instance, with the screening effect of the buildings, the separation from the nearest properties, the design and the addition of an enclosing building, I have no reason to doubt my environmental health colleagues' advice that the noise from this, subject to the conditions they are suggesting, would not be undue even on the newest properties, which would be the new ones at Hallgate Way. I think that really sort of leaves us, we do need to grapple with the principle of this in the countryside. Yes, it is fossil fuel, but in the context of standby generation, is low carbon sources of power to compensate for renewables, is that at odds with our policies and national policies? My conclusion is that it isn't. So, thank you.
Thank you. I've got a number of councillors still indicating to speak. That's Councillor Revens, Councillor Pearce, Councillor Gibson, Councillor Bradford. So if we go to Councillor Revens next.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. There is a similar generator that is next to the Canalside Centre in my ward, and I'm aware that residents in Sedgemoor do complain about the humming noise, particularly if the wind's in the wrong direction from that. So I'm not persuaded by that argument, I'm afraid. I found the arguments of Councillor Corp from Maxbridge Town Council and Councillor Godwin Pearson to be very persuasive on the landscape issue. I've reached for policy D19 and reread it, and I'm struggling to understand how this enhances the landscape at all. I think it will impact on it, and it will impact on it negatively. I'd looked previously at policy D4, which Councillor Murphy referred to. I'm not quite sure whether it breaches the letter of policy D4, but it clearly breaches the spirit of policy D4, which is advocating us having low carbon energy, to describe gas as being an acceptable form of low carbon energy. It's a bit like having one of the less toxic poisons, really. I think it is something that is not an argument I particularly like. My understanding was that the building project that's going on at Hinkley Point was going to produce our low carbon energy needs for the country as a base load, and that projects such as this would not be needed. And then more fundamentally, I look at strategic policy 1 and policies S4, S5 and D3 on sustainability and energy, and I struggle to see how passing a gas-powered energy generation facility, which is going to put more carbon into our atmosphere, is in any way complicit with our declaration of a climate emergency. It is a policy of this council that we're aiming to be carbon neutral by, I believe, 2030. This is a 25-year project, which takes us to 2045. In my view, this is against our local plan policy and it's against the policy of this council, and I should be voting against it.
Thank you. Mr. Noon, did you want to come back on the questions raised?
I mean, I fully accept that. I think Councillor Evans has captured the matter of principle here very well. Yes, this is low carbon. It's not no carbon. I accept that. I think that there's a. I don't claim to understand the full intricacies of national policy in terms of base load, renewables, and standby generation, but I suspect within that there is a balance between all three. As we decarbonise. My understanding from my work in the course of determining this application is that standby generation facilities are with us for now, for the medium term, as a result of the transition phase from predominantly burning fossil fuel to renewable. I think I have no reason to doubt the applicant's case on that. It's just a question of, is this the right form of standby generation power in the right place? And that's the judgment, I guess, before you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, much of what I was going to say has been said, but I will add to the fact that Sedgemoor District Council has declared itself to be carbon neutral by 2030, and this directly contradicts that. And that policy was not taken as some frivolous whimsy, but on scientific evidence that come 2080 is, according to the Met Office, predicted to be a 2-metre rise in sea levels, which will affect much of Sedgemoor unless we act now. So it just seems unacceptable to me, whilst we're working towards that, working towards policy S5, policies D4, that we are adding to the carbon, albeit we're told in a minimal way, but we have no figures before us to make that judgment, that we should be adding to it rather than eliminating it completely. We already have a big enough task to deal with historical emissions, and here we are even considering creating some more. So from that point of view, I will certainly not be voting for it. And then we go on to the fact that it's built on a floodplain. The notion of building a fossil fuel burning, carbon emitting building on a floodplain surely builds up problems for the futures. And as has been said before, it seems to be totally against policy D, the spirit of policy D19 and the MENDIP AO and AB. So no, I will not be supporting this.
Thank you. Mr. Howlett, you indicated.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I was just going to say it is a difficult one for members. I think in terms of the declaration of the climate change emergency, we've talked about this before in terms of this discord between national policy and our own existing local plan policies, which were prepared before that. Clearly, that policy basis is what we're looking at this application for. And I think Adrian set out as far as he can in terms of the officer's thought processes that national policy does seem to still allow these types of facilities. Our own local plan policies don't rule out these types of facilities per se, and therefore the declaration doesn't in its own right make the proposal unacceptable. I mean, as I say, it's a very difficult one for members, this, in terms of where we know the sentiment of climate change is going compared to where maybe the policy basis has gone to date. And I think that's the difficulty. We do have to determine planning applications in light of our policies. And I understand from the discussion that there may be some debate whether this fits absolutely, totally within those policies. But as we've set out in the report, the officers' views are that they do.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, hello. Much really has been said from Councillor Godwin Pearce from there, really. And I don't think Officer Noon really has his heart when he talks. I don't really believe in what he's actually saying here, as he outlined. I think the National Grid should be putting their money somewhere else, and we should be standing up to this because we have, as a council, said what we want to happen, and the policy, we need to work towards reducing carbon. I'd like to know what is this gas made from, and I can't believe that you're trying to hide this monstrosity. Well, it won't be hidden behind factory farming of birds in big sheds. The cruelty of factory farming in birds.
I think, Councillor Gibson, we need to stick to we can deal with one issue at a time, but...
Okay, yeah, but it's been hidden. It's been saying, yeah, it's not going to stand out too much. The smell from the chickens will probably cover that up, but that's not what we should be looking at. We should be looking at the overall picture, and looking at that. I think the National Grid should be investing in other places, and not here. Not here is no.
Thank you. I've got Mr. Howlett again, and I'll come back to Mr. Noon. Mr. Howlett?
Well, I expect Adrian was going to probably try and defend himself in terms of what he believes and what he doesn't believe, because clearly in terms of his recommendation it has to be based on his judgment and balance of the different policies in place, and that's clearly what members will need to do as well as in terms of it. The report is our interpretation of those policies and whether we feel it accords with it, and on that basis should be granted planning permission. Members can rebalance that if they feel that we've got that balancing act wrong.
Thank you. Mr. Noon, did you want to add anything?
No, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had some good speakers this afternoon on this one. And Adrian's done a good job in believing in what he's believing in, trying to do his job there. But some of these speakers have spoken a lot of sense, in fact, they have. Axbridge, a medieval town. What's it going to look like in 5 years? I think that's a special little area out there. I do really, and sometimes you've got to preserve these little places, and I'm not too sure that what we're going to do today is going to do anything for it at all, to be honest. I'm looking at D4, D19. It's been built on a floodplain. I really can't see too much in its favour, if I'm perfectly honest. I don't like disagreeing with officers, I really don't, but there's not too much going for this, and it's only a great shame that people can't go and look at these things and actually visualise it themselves. What a difference that makes sometimes. And that really determines the thought in your head, which is half a thought into a full one. But I'm going to hear the rest of the debate, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Obviously, as I would normally say to members, obviously, if you are minded to go against the officer's recommendation, which you're entitled to do, just make sure you've got those planning reasons and policies to go with your recommendation. Councillor Hendry.
Afternoon again, Mr. Chairman. What we're actually being asked to do here is to actually consider two things: what's on the table, and not much more than that, really. Is the installation required, and is it a good thing or a bad thing? Really, in this case, yes, it is required, and yes, it would be very good. Second thing is, does it have any impact for the view from Axbridge as a village? And the answer to that is no. Does it have an impact on the view from the west side? And as we said already, there's about 6 fields away, and there's a long, long way to any development on the other side. And the answer to that, it's got no impact on anything at all. A blind man could see that. So looking at it, just what's on the table and nothing else, it's acceptable, and I would actually move the recommendation for. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Noon, if I could ask a couple of questions that have sort of come out from just some of the discussion and the issues. There was a comment raised by, I think, one of the speakers that was asking about the hours of operation and the purpose of the sort of backup power, if you could just clarify that. Also, could you just clarify in terms of the lighting condition, whether that takes account of ecology and bats, because obviously this is a sensitive area for those, and I think it was more about general light pollution that was raised on those. I just wanted to clarify that. Also, if I could just get you to clarify the landscaping that is proposed with this particular application in terms of its impact on the setting. But if you could possibly answer those, that would be helpful.
Yep, thank you. Precious in my mind. The landscaping is proposed, so there is some planting proposed around the edge of the, if I just go to a plan, let that pop up, hopefully with you now. The green hatched area is where they are suggesting some landscaping, which would have benefit to the poultry unit as well as this installation. So that we can achieve by condition. The lighting, yes, it came from our environmental health officer. I think we are, that we would in the normal run of things consider ecology issues with in the course of discharging that condition. We could, just to emphasise that point, amend the reason for the lighting condition, just to say, and to safeguard the biodiversity of the site as a reminder to ourselves, effectively, that when we discharge the condition, we need to involve our ecologist, although he hasn't actually asked for the condition. But on a precautionary basis, we can have ecological input when we agree the lighting details. So I think that we can get to grips with. In terms of the hours of the operation, yeah, they've suggested 2,500. That is my understanding is not an uncommon upper limit. Whether quite what their contractual relationship with the national grid is, but it was sort of pointed out to me that 2,500 hours does equate to nigh on 100 continuous days of operation per year, or about 7 hours per day. They are adamant that it's very clear the application is for standby generation. I've raised this point with the applicant. They have indicated that there is a degree of wriggle room on those hours. They have suggested that they could meet their contractual obligations with a lower restriction of 2,000 hours. In terms of the impact of it, whether it runs permanently or for 2,500 hours or less, we have to assess this. Just because it's running temporarily doesn't mean that we would accept a level of impact that we wouldn't on a permanent one. So my environmental health colleagues have assessed this on the basis that it's there all the time, because in effect it could run in any 12 hours in any day across the year. So they would have raised, were clear that they would have had an objection to this if they had identified clear conflict with the living conditions of the nearest residential neighbours. So even if that had been on a temporary run basis, they still would have objected. They are satisfied that there would be no adverse impact here. Full stop. So I think we can lower that to 2,500 without causing the applicant any difficulties. But it is 25 years. I do accept that. Just the one point for Councillor Hendry. I think, of course, we are also mindful of the views from above, from the area of outstanding natural beauty. So we do need to acknowledge that is probably the principal view. I think I agree that views across the levels from the west at this distance are not potentially the most harmful. Views from the east and the south, again, topography, the buildings, intervening vegetation, again, not the most harmful. I would suggest, members do need to be alive to the views down from the north, which my view is are mitigated by grouping the building well tightly with the existing building group and enclosing the untidy elements of the scheme under a roof that would be read as part of what is already a large agricultural building group. Thank you.
Mr. Noon, could I ask one further question then relating to the views? We talked earlier about a condition that was talking about the colour of the building. The flues obviously will project above the building. Is the colour of those potentially something that can be conditioned? I know we have done in urban settings sometimes in the past, but is that something that will be covered by the condition?
Technically, I think we could argue yes, it's external materials. I think if members have particular concern about that, an additional condition could be added specifically to agree the detail of the flues.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Gibson.
I just want to ask a question. How much carbon is generated, would be generated by this for its use at 7 hours a day over 25 years? I'd like to know, please, if you've got that answer.
I'm not sure whether we would have that or not, but Mr. Noon, do you have that information?
No, unfortunately, that's not something that we routinely request as part of any application. It's calculating carbon for any particular development. I think it's fraught with difficulties. It's not just emissions, it's the cost of installation, the cost of manufacture and everything. You know, we have to look at the planning principles here. So no, we haven't asked for that specific information.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions from members? At the moment, I only have one proposition that's been put at the moment, which was to grant permission, which was from Councillor Hendry. I would be looking for is there a seconder for that proposition or any amendment to it? Councillor Revens.
I was waiting to amend it once there was a seconder, Mr. Chairman. I don't believe I can amend a motion that's not been seconded.
I think that's correct. Is there a seconder also? Ms. Lehman has just pointed out that we would need to just check with Councillor Hendry as to whether there were any condition amendments that you wanted to include within the proposition.
There's been a lot of talk here all afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and I cannot single out one particular thing. There's just been so much discussion about it, so I would leave that to somebody else. I can't single out any particular item. Thank you.
I think the items that were just highlighted by Mr. Noon were the potential reduction. I think it was from 2,500 to 2,000.
Yes, I did hear that. Yes. Yeah.
There was also the potential additional condition to look at the controlling of the colour of the flue.
Yeah, I did agree with the colour. I did actually agree with all that, and there's a reduction. Yes, well, that's more than helpful anyway. So yes, if we brought in those two conditions, then yes,
okay.
I fully support that and agree with that. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I've got Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, very, very difficult application. And I've listened intently to this. And on balance, I'm going to second the recommendation from Councillor Hendry with the conditions that's been put forward.
Okay. At which point, Councillor Revens.
Thank you. I wonder whether you wanted to call on Ms. Lehman, who's also asked to speak.
Okay, if you don't mind waiting just for one moment.
Ladies first, of course.
Okay, Mrs. Lehman.
Thank you, Councillors Revens, and thank you, Chairman. I was just bringing the attention to the amendment to the reason I'm not sure which condition it was, the reason to include ecology. So it was just an amendment to the reason to include the issue of ecology.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to confirm with Councillors Hendry and Grimes, you're happy with that just being highlighted, that the lighting condition would be including ecology. Councillor Hendry?
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Chairman. That's
okay.
a very valid point, and yes, I'm okay with that.
And Councillor Grimes?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm happy with that as well.
Thank you. And Councillor Revens, third time lucky.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to propose an amendment that we object to this application on the grounds that it does not comply with policy D19, as this does not conserve or enhance the natural beauty of the Mendip Hills AONB. Furthermore, it's against the spirit of policy D4, supporting renewable generation projects. It is also against S5 because this development will increase, not reduce, CO2 emissions. And lastly, fundamentally, this is against strategic priority 1 of the local plan to address the challenges of climate change.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Just to confirm, I'll confirm with Mrs. Lehman, as an amendment, it's a negative of the proposition to grant. So what I what I think I would have to do is take the recommendation to grant. Should that fail, then we would then need to come to your proposal. Mrs. Lehman, can you just confirm if that's right?
That's correct, Chairman, but we haven't had a seconder for Councillor Revan's proposal, and we would need to clarify the reasons for refusal with the planning case officer before we take the vote.
Mr. Noon, do you just want to come to Councillor Pearce first, because I think that will be probably a seconding.
Yes, Chairman, I would wish to second Councillor Evans' proposal.
Okay. And Councillor Gibson, I guess that was just, you were beaten to the punch by Councillor Pearce?
I was a ditto, yes, thank you.
Okay, fine. Mr. Noon, if you'd just like to comment on the policies that are outlined, as I say, what we will need to do is we will take the vote on the granting permission subject to the amended conditions as outlined. If members were minded that they wanted to refuse permission for the reasons as outlined by Councillor Evans, then they would obviously have to vote against the proposal to grant, and then we would take a subsequent vote on the second proposition. But Mr. Noon, do you want to just comment on the policies D19, D4, S5 and Strategic Policy 1 that were outlined by Councillor Evans?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, I think those are all, clearly go to the heart of this application. They are the material policies against which the application, in terms of the principle and the landscape and visual impact would be assessed against. Obviously, within that, the suggested reasons for refusal by Councillor Evans, we're not, and I just wanted to clarify this, we're not taking forward any amenity issues in relation to noise or odours. I think such technical matters are, we are in the arms of our technical advisors. I would stress in that respect that we would need evidence to show that they have got it wrong. But in terms of the landscape and visual impact and the principle of low carbon or carbon emitting power, then those are the relevant policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So members, I think you've heard obviously the debate and the recommendations and the suggested way forward. So we have the first proposition that we have to take obviously is the one from Councillor Hendry, seconded by Councillor Grimes, to grant permission subject to the amended conditions as outlined. As I said before, if you are minded to go for the Councillor Evans proposition, then obviously you vote against the first one first, and then we will have that second one come forward. If of course the first one is granted, then that's where we get to. So hopefully that is everyone's clear as to where we are. So we will be voting for or against or abstaining on the proposition to grant permission proposed by Councillor Hendry, and we'll start with Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. For.
And can I just, again, I should have reminded members, if you can just confirm that you've been present for the whole of the debate you've heard. That's all right.
Sorry, Chairman, yes.
No problem,
yes, I've been through the whole presentation.
Okay, that's fine. Councillor Bolt.
Present throughout the whole application, heard the debate, against.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Heard loud and clear the whole long debate, Mr. Chairman, and I'm against.
Thank you. Councillor Kingham.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I've listened to the whole debate of the application. Very difficult one, but to keep Axbridge lights burning, I'm for.
Thank you. Councillor Evans. Councillor Evans.
Yes, sorry, my mouse went absent. I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
I couldn't mute quickly enough. Yes, I saw and heard the whole debate, and I am against the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I've seen and heard everything, and yes, I'm for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
I've seen and heard the entire presentation, and I'm against.
Thank you. Councillor Glassford.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I've seen and heard the presentation, and I'm for.
Councillor Granter.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Seen and all the presentation, heard all the presentation. I really can't make up my mind about this one, I'm afraid, and I don't like normally sitting on the fence, but I'm going to abstain. Thank you.
And I think I'm the last one to vote, so I've heard the presentation and the debate, and again, as other members have said, it is a balanced decision, but I shall vote for the proposition.
Excuse me, Chairman.
Chairman,
You haven't.
Sorry, we've got a couple missing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who have I?
I haven't
Councillor
got Councillor
Murphy.
Pearce and Councillor
I'm
Murphy.
sorry, Councillor Murphy
and
Councillor Pearce.
Yes.
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Cathy. I have seen and heard the whole presentation, and I'm against.
Thank you. Was there anyone else missed? Sorry, Mrs. Nicholson.
Councillor Pearce.
And Councillor Pearce.
I have seen and heard the whole debate, and I am against.
Thank you very much. I'm very sorry to have missed one or two there. Mrs. Nicholson, if you could just count up the votes for us, please.
Are you in support after
I
all
did
that?
vote in.
Sorry,
yeah, I
thank
did vote
you.
in support.
Okay. Okay, I have one abstention, 6 against, and 5 for.
Thank you very much. That's correct, because we've got Councillor Scott out of the room as well, so that's why we've got the number that we had. So that is clearly lost. So Councillor Revens, do you want to just make your proposition, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like to propose that we object to this proposal on the grounds that I gave earlier. Do you wish me to go through them again?
I think I'm happy with that. With the fact that you gave them before, he
also indicated that that he felt they were valid grounds.
Exactly. So as long as Legal and Democratic are happy that they've got those details down, Mrs. Nicholson and Mrs. Lehman.
I'm happy, Chairman.
Okay.
Yes,
Mrs.
Chairman.
Nicholson. Excellent. Yeah. And that was proposed, as we know, by Councillor Evans, seconded by Councillor Pearce. So that is to refuse permission for the reasons that they outlined. So we'll do the vote again, and this time you're voting for. So just to be clear, if you vote for, you're voting for refusal, because the recommendation that has been made by Councillor Evans, the proposal is for refusal. So Councillor Murphy, if you can just confirm that you've heard all the presentation and the debate and what your vote is, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I have heard all the presentation and the debate. I've been here all the time, and I think I'm in favour of Councillor Revens' proposal. Is that the right thing to say? I hope it is.
Absolutely spot on. That's correct. So that's 4. So Councillor Revens.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've been present throughout, heard everything, and I'm in favour of my proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Kingham.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I've listened to the whole debate and I'm against.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
I've heard the whole debate, Mr. Chairman. I'm supporting Councillor Evans' refusal.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt.
Present throughout the whole debate, for refusal.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. I've seen and heard the presentation and I'm against.
Thank you. Councillor Guranta.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I've listened to all the debate and I'm still abstaining on this one. Thank you.
No problem. Councillor Glassford.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I have heard and listened to the debate. I am against.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. I've seen and heard the whole debate and I am for refusal.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, thank you. I've seen and heard the whole debate and I am for the proposal.
For the proposal of refusal, correct, that's right.
Yeah, yeah. Thank
you. Councillor Hendry.
I have seen and heard everything, Mr. Chairman. I'm against. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that just leaves me, which is I shall also vote against, although I have heard the proposal, heard the presentation and the debate, and I'm against the current proposal. So that is everybody, I believe. So again, if Mrs. Nicholson, you could just confirm the numbers.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got 6 for the refusal, 5 against it, 1 abstention.
Thank you very much. That is therefore clearly carried, so permission is refused for the reasons outlined by Councillor Evans. Right, members. Again, I will look to members for a view as to whether you wish to have a short comfort break at that point or whether you wish to carry on with the next application.
Carry on, Chairman.
Okay. That sounds fine. So that brings us then to the next. Hold on, I'm getting a request from a couple of members for a 5-minute break. I think there is possibly a need for that. So if we take a 5-minute comfort break, and we will restart at 5. So if we move to page 75, Moorlynch and Mr. Noon, please.
Thank you, Chairman. This is an application that seeks to remove the occupancy restrictions that were imposed by conditions 7 and 8 of the original planning permission granted back in 2014 for a single-storey holiday chalet. The building has been erected. It has been used in part as a holiday let, and there may have been some unauthorised occupancy, although we're not, that has not been a fundamental issue for us, or in any enforcement action. But we are aware that there may be an underlying enforcement issue. However, the applicant has submitted this application because of their changing circumstances, and they want to be able to occupy this place as a dwelling. So there is the site, south side of Pit Hill Lane and on to the west of Moorlynch, separated, it's at some distance from the existing building group. Zooming in a bit more, currently the site is one clear green field out from the cluster that is at the western edge of Moorlynch. This field in here where my cursor is hovering has historically had permission for 3 holiday lets, and more recently under policy CO2 and D9 was granted planning permission for a single dwelling for a local self-builder, so someone who had local connections to Moorlynch. That was considered that particular plot was not, it was an appropriate infill or rounding off, but essentially infill opportunity on the edge of Moorlynch. To confirm the application site, so we have the red line around the residential part, and then there's a sort of some stables and what presumably has been used as a paddock towards the rear. From the original application, the approved plans, it's a 3-bedroom timber chalet type structure. It was built as a dwelling. So it's actually a built structure. It is not a temporary structure that's been placed on the site. And then some photos. The applicant has provided these in lieu of a site visit. We have, with the planning history and the photographs that have been provided, the nature of the application, we are confident this application is safe to determine without an officer site visit. That's a sort of our new way of working under the current COVID-19 restrictions. So anyway, there's just looking in the top left-hand corner, looking into the site and past the chalet out into the countryside beyond, and then within the site, looking back up at the garage, and then the next slide will pan round. To show the rear of the chalet. No real demarcation between what was originally intended as the garden nearest the house and then presumably a paddock further back. and then just panning round to the bottom corner there, just to show sort of the country's very much the countryside setting. Just for your sort of background information, just so you can be aware of the dwelling.
Chairman, it looks like he's coming back online. But I just
Hello, yeah, sorry.
Right, Mr. Noon, if you'd like to
Apologies.
welcome back.
How long did I keep going after I cut out, or how long did it cut out?
We were up to number 6 of your slides.
Apologies. So, yeah, just to so that just shows you the rural setting of the the current property. And then, for your information, the site next door, which had an approval under the policy considerations generated by CO2 and policy D9, which allow for infill opportunities in places like Moor Lynch for self-builders with a local connection, which was the case for that application. However, this site we were dealing with a holiday unit that was approved under the old local plan, but under a policy not dissimilar to policy D17, which allows for holiday lets as new build in the countryside, provided you have a justification. The flip side of that is, should you feel that you want to lift that condition, then you have to make a case as to why the loss of a holiday accommodation would not be detrimental to the rural economy and to the supply of tourist accommodation locally. Normally that is done either by marketing or by an assessment of the viability of the holiday let. This one is a relatively new build. It appears to be perfectly good high quality accommodation, and all the evidence would indicate that this is a good opportunity for the provision of rural holiday accommodation. In the absence of any case to justify the lifting of the occupancy restrictions, the application has to be regarded as contrary to policy D17, and on that basis the recommendation is of refusal, I'm afraid. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you'll see, we have a speaker present, David Davis, who I believe is the agent. So, Mr. Nicholson, if you could enable the speaker's microphone, and if Mr. Davies, if you could just confirm by speaking to us that it is actually working.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much. So, again, just to remind you, you've got the 3 minutes to address the committee, and start when you're ready, and I'll warn you when you've got a minute to go.
Thank you. Good afternoon. The only reason for refusal refers to the lack of marketing and an independent market assessment. Importantly, no other reasons are given. The policy D17 referred to includes the word normally. These are not normal times. It would be pointless carrying out a marketing exercise at present, as no one is likely to invest in a holiday-based business. In truth, no one knows how long this uncertainty will last. This is reflected in the comments of the officers who use words and phrases such as may not, it is possible, school of thought, and not know how things will play out. Whilst the pragmatic approach is suggested by officers, a compromise of a one-year marketing exercise is just as problematical as doing it for 2 years. It will make no difference. A pragmatic and more flexible approach is consistent with the MPPF, which advises that planning policies should be flexible enough to accommodate needs not anticipated in the plan and enable a rapid response to changes in economic circumstances. Over recent years, the business has become much less profitable, exacerbated by the significant growth in similar facilities in the village and other nearby settlements. Airbnb has accelerated this growth, and there are now 6 similar holiday lets in Moor Lynch alone, which raises the issue of saturation and oversupply. Indeed, this proposal might well have the positive effect of helping the viability of the other nearby facilities. There is a recently approved self-build plot immediately adjacent to the site. It could be 2.5 years before work starts on this, and as a self-build, the construction period could be lengthy. It would be wrong and counterproductive to rent out the property for holiday purposes of a building site next door. After construction, the new house will totally change the lodge's USP. It is currently detached from the village, is effectively in the countryside, and there is absolutely no disturbance or overlooking. The applicant knows her client base well, and there are many return clients who have indicated that if the house is built, they will not come back. The report underplays the problems of disturbance. In the summer months, the holidaymakers are likely to be outside for significant periods of time, and there will inevitably be noise and sun overlooking from the adjacent garden. This is not what holidaymakers want.
1 minute to go.
The use of the words possible and may by the officer suggests an accepted uncertainty about the impacts. It will not result in a new isolated dwelling in the countryside. With the approval of the self-build, it will be attached to the village, which has a range of facilities including a pub, a church and a community hall. It is also on a bus route. There are unusual and probably unique circumstances relating to this application. It is difficult to see how they could be replicated elsewhere. It will therefore not compromise policy, which, as suggested by the officers, requires a pragmatic approach, and it will not set a precedent. Finally, it is noted that there are also two letters of support from residents of the village and no local objections. Most importantly, the parish meeting gives the application significant support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bolt.
That caught me out. Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, just a query. If this site has to be cleared, as it's saying in conditions 7 and 8, etc., would that mean that the site next door's planning permission would be affected because it wouldn't be an infill site?
Mr. Noon?
It wouldn't be affected, no, because it has been granted. I have some reservations about the condition that requires the removal of the building. I'm not sure that condition was reasonably imposed at the time. It would be most unusual that you would give planning permission for someone to build a house and then require them in the same permission to demolish it should certain circumstances arise in the future. I can only assume that at the time, the officer dealing with it assumed that it was a lodge, a temporary structure that could be removed.
Mr. Noon, could I just ask you to I'm very sorry to interrupt you. I've just been advised that we may have lost Councillor Kingham. Can I just check whether Councillor Kingham is still able to hear us?
Chairman, he's gone completely by the looks of it. It's not connected at all, so I would say
I think we're going to
just continue.
I think we will have to carry on.
Plenty. Yeah, we've got plenty of people.
Okay. Sorry about that, Mr. Noon. If you carry on, please.
Yeah. So I think the issue here is really the occupancy of the building. It doesn't affect the permission. The permission next door is there. We can't take that away again. And as I say, I suspect the condition requiring the clearance of the site should the holiday letting end, I think was probably wrongly imposed because someone was under the impression that it was a caravan type structure that was sited on the land. It clearly wasn't and isn't. So I think that condition probably falls away under a different type of application. The fundamental issue here is, have they justified the relaxation or removal of the condition that restricts it to holiday only? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt, do you want to come back?
Yeah, would the original plans have been put in with the structure as it was for the officer to have considered on the original planning permission?
Mr. Noon?
I don't have I haven't got the ability to go back in time to understand exactly what the case officer then.
Mr. Noon, if you want to hold on 1 minute, I've just got Mr. Howlett who is indicating that he may have something to contribute.
Yes, I was only going to say, obviously the description uses the word lodge, which covers a whole range of different things, and I expect there's probably, well, like the picture shows, it's a largely timber lodge structure. But I agree with Adrian. Probably back in 2011, we were assuming a lot of caravans, because actually a lot of these sort of one-off holiday places were caravans or mobile homes rather than lodges like this. So I'd agree with Adrian. I think the permanency of the structure probably meant that condition, the 7, was always going to be considered unreasonable. But of course, condition 8, which retains its occupancy, is the most important thing, and really the thing for members to consider today, because that's the issue, the objection we're raising. We're not suggesting that, if members were to refuse this application, we would be seeking to remove the building.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Got Councillor Scott and then Councillor Bradford. Councillor Scott.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I was going to ask about the fact that it was mentioned it was a built structure and was it given permission? So that's already been answered. But have the people actually marketed it, tried to actually, investigate? I know they say we've got COVID problems now, but I just wonder if they have, in fact, investigated the sort of market at them or in the future, because I guess I would hate to lose a valuable sort of holiday let, because I'm sure people will be, wanting them in the future now.
Mr. Noon.
Yeah, I think that is our problem with the application is they haven't done a reasonable marketing exercise, or indeed any, that demonstrates that this is no longer viable or this is no longer needed. I think the claim is that we've approved too many ones elsewhere, and this is no longer viable. Well, recent approvals would have been supported with a business case to show that they were viable. The reference to Airbnb, we have no control over Airbnb. The fact that someone might Airbnb something, does that render all holiday lets unviable? Well, I mean, if that's the contention, that's pretty wide sweeping, and we would need evidence of that before we agreed to lift an occupancy restriction. I do understand the bit about the house being built next door, but I'm aware of at least one of the holiday let units or Airbnb units elsewhere in Moorledge that is very much within the built up area. So I don't think it automatically, the fact there's a house next door, automatically deters people from coming on holiday to Somerset. But again, if that's going to be someone's case, that renders their application unviable, they need to provide robust evidence, because it's, with all respect to the agent, there is a precedent here, and if we put the bar too low for lifting these occupancy conditions, that will come back and haunt us at a later date, would be my fear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Was there any further follow-up?
Yes, I mean, I totally agree, really. I think we could be setting a precedent. So, yeah, I'm quite happy with that answer.
Thank you very much. I've got Councillors Bradford, Kingham and Grimes. So, Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Difficult for a period of time, but test the market, I think it is very, very difficult. And there have been a lot of sites granted quite locally for Hickory Point, etc., right? And who's to know, in 18 months, 2 years' time, they might want to all come to Somerset. A nice clean air, plenty of space. You just don't know what's going to happen in the future. Very difficult one, this is, to be honest, because we don't want to be setting a precedent. That is probably the problem here. So not easy, like all the applications today. Not easy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Kim.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Couple of questions. Where is the host building to this? Where the actual owners in relationship to the lodge?
Mr. Noon.
My understanding is the application forms give an address in Moorledge.
So they live somewhere in Moorledge. They don't live close.
I can only say that the application forms put their address there, whether or not they have any other places they live, but
right.
It's Moorledge according to the application forms.
So what I would like to make a recommendation is that we defer this for 2 cycles, so that obviously we get over maybe the current situation that we're in, and see if they come up with a proposition to market this property, and we see the records they've actually trying to market it and get rid of it. So that would be my proposal.
Mr. Noon, would you like to comment?
I appreciate it. It's an incredibly difficult time for anyone to put anything, a business like this, through any kind of marketing. I, again, don't have the benefit of crystal balls on this one, but I suspect it will take longer than 2 cycles, given that, particularly as we're operating on 2 weekly cycles, for the market circumstances to change. So I think we do have to determine this one based on what we have before us today. They can always resubmit in due course, having done the necessary work to flesh out their case.
Mr. Noon, do you happen to know whether is this the first application by the applicant for this?
I believe it is, yes.
So if that was the case, that they would have a free application to come back with that additional information?
Yes, if made within a year of the refusal, yes.
Okay. Councillor Grimes, and then we've got Councillors Gibson and Councillor Bolt. So Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, after listening to all the comments, I do think that it would set a precedent, and at this stage, I will move the recommendations for the reasons given. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, I just want to really go over what Councillor Kingham said, really. Yeah, I think they should go away and either put the application in again, like get some market research or you know, to show that there is no you know, people don't want to come and stay here. I don't know, it looks like a lovely place to me. Yeah, I think that they should probably go and put another application in at the moment, some of the time.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt.
Thank you, Chairman. Is it possible that we can put in the recommendations or a part of it to say, it says here at least 2 years, can we actually put a defined time in that they could try to market it, bearing in mind COVID-19? I don't think that would be unreasonable, whether it be a 9-month period, whether it be 6 months, a year, whatever. But you know, once you say 2 years, you're losing a year of this anyway.
Mr. Noon.
I think we probably wouldn't want in a reason for, you know, in a decision to specify how long they would need to do the marketing to put things right. I think probably sort of the case officers use the words, or you know, normally, pragmatically, usually, that sort of thing, reflects that there can be a degree of agreement over, you know, what is actually needed on, you know, to put forward a good case on an application such as this. So if they did a really good marketing exercise, really robust evidence, then the 2-year thing might well be flexible. You know, obviously if it's a not a very good marketing exercise, or that, you know, we feel that they've missed things, then a slightly longer period might be flexible. But we certainly hear what members say. We would want to be pragmatic. We accept that this, you know, is probably causing issues for the applicant. We want to work with them to find a way forward, either to support their holiday business or to advise them on exactly what they need to do to remove the condition. And we can do that in discussions after the application.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Evans.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to put a second the proposal that's been made to back the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Are there any further comments that members have before I move to a vote? I have a proposal for the refusal that has been moved and seconded, in which case I will come round to members in turn. If we start with Councillor Glassford.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I have seen and heard the presentation. I am for this application, the officer's recommendation.
So that's for refusal?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I've seen and heard the whole presentation and for the refusal.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I've seen and heard the whole application and I'm for the refusal.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Yes, Chairman. I've seen and heard the whole presentation and I'm for the refusal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. I've seen and heard the whole presentation and I too am for the refusal.
Thank you. Councillor Revens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Present and correct and heard everything all the way through, and I am for the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kingham, we thought at one point we'd lost you from the meeting, so can you confirm you were in the meeting the entire time?
No, I did miss a little bit of Mr. Noon's presentation, but
okay.
I think he went back over it again anyway.
Can I take some advice from Mrs. Lehman? If that is the case,
Thank you, Chairman. I think if Councillor Kingham has missed part of the presentation, he hasn't heard the whole of the presentation, and therefore under the regulations, he would not be in attendance. So I really can't go any further than that, I'm afraid.
So we would have to record Councillor Kingham as absent.
Absent.
Okay. Okay, sorry about that, Councillor Kingham. Councillor Bradford?
I've heard the whole debate, Mr. Chairman. I'm for refusal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt?
Present throughout, heard the whole debate and for refusal.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes?
Thank you, Chairman. Seen and heard the whole presentation, and I'm for.
Thank you. And likewise, I've heard the whole debate and the presentation, and I'm also for the recommendation of refusal. Mr. Nicholson, is that all members?
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you.
So
if you could just give us the votes.
That's 10 for and 1 absent.
That's terrific. So that is clearly carried. That is refused. But obviously the agent has heard the discussions that members have had in terms of supporting evidence should this return. Right, members. That brings us to the end of our meeting today. It has been a long one, but we have had some very complicated and detailed applications to get through today. So can I thank you all for your contributions today? And at that point, we will close the meeting.